Hello, Namaste. Welcome to our third symposium on Hindu Vanavasi traditions. This is the topic is taken for this symposium, but for the earlier symposiums, we chose other topics. The format of symposium uh, has become very convenient to invite distinguished guests for us. The earlier format used to be conferences. As conferences, we conducted around 20 to 23 conferences on various topics. During the time of series of conferences, we invited papers from scholars, abstracts are sent, and a review committee selects the abstracts and papers are arranged, and there are distinguished speakers also as part of the conference. But in the symposium format, we are not including invited abstracts, selected abstracts, or any such thing. The entire panel is made up of panelists who are invited as distinguished speakers. For those who are not acquainted with INDICA Academy, INDICA, and its activities, just a small introduction. INDICA Academy is a non-traditional university for traditional studies. It is an organization committed for Indic Renaissance or Hindu Renaissance, so to say. And we work under three categories of our activity: preservation, protection, and promotion. Under preservation, we conduct activities of promoting, supporting, giving grants to activities that have been happening from millennia, from centuries in the country. For example, Veda Gurukulas, Shastra Gurukulas, or Gurukulas that are for Sthapatya, sculpting, Gurukulas that are there for folk art activities, or forest dwelling, indigenous, tribal, cultural activities. All the activities that have been happening from generations, continuing that is what we are calling preservation. The other is protection. Protection is actually countering the activities that are going against this preservation activity, or countering the activities which are misinterpreting Indic culture or Hindu culture. Activities that answer questions that are raised about Indic culture or Hindu culture. Activities that flag the misrepresentation of Indic culture or Hindu culture. All such activities are categorized under protection. The other third category is promotion, under which actually we have many wings like Center for Soft Power and other wings. And our founder, Harikiran Vadlamani Garu, who is the visionary behind every one of these activities. It is his incessant creativity that brings up every new activity. Even this symposium is out of his imaginative, visionary creativity that this idea of symposiums has come into existence. He keeps using a word called cultural entrepreneurship. He encourages people to come up with cultural products. And INDICA Academy is committed to promote such cultural products with which people come up. Whatever cultural product. even if it is a YouTube video or a cultural object that you want to sell, or it is a cultural entrepreneurial organization out of which you want to continuously manufacture or generate products. INDICA Academy is committed to provide financial help, network help, and publicity help, connecting help for all the promotion of activities that are contemporary, and they bring contemporaneity to the traditional cultural uh, well-being of Indic culture or Hindu culture. As part of this, Indic Academy has been conducting several activities, particularly the wing INDICA, of which I have the responsibility. Here we focus on academic activities. As part of these academic activities, workshops are being conducted, discussions are being conducted. We have an online course platform also, and we conduct conferences, as I already mentioned, and symposiums is a new idea. And the last symposium was on Devadasi traditions, and there was also a symposium on Jati Puranas. And this particular symposium is focusing on the Hindu forest dwelling communities and cultures. Some of the speakers of the symposium themselves used the word tribe and tribals in this context. Internationally, globally, the word tribe has come into a kind of questioning. The value connotation behind a tribe and tribal has come under heavy questioning. That is why we wanted to kind of avoid, not completely that word, because it has got its own value in communicating what people think about forest dwelling cultures. There is another category which is, I would call, government category, called scheduled tribe, ST. And government, through its bureaucracy, through its governmental procedures, has its own way of identifying a particular community as ST, scheduled tribe. So there, that word has its own criterion. That's not exactly what we are focusing here for this particular symposium. But we need to look into certain aspects of these terms themselves. One word that has been used across the global academics is aboriginals. Another word is primitive people. Both these words, aboriginals and primitive, also have their own value connotation. One problem with primitive is that it comes from the evolutionary anthropological, cultural anthropological model, and has inherent in it the idea that the culture always grows from a low level knowledge base to a high level knowledge, advanced knowledge. And primitive human groups were not evolved enough, advanced enough, developed enough in their culture. So it obviously and automatically gives a low looking attitude. That word primitive has got a low looking attitude. And it is from such cultural anthropological studies that people started developing among the youngsters the idea that forest dwelling cultures are living prehistory. They are continuing the same prehistorical uh, lifestyle that they lived, and they are continuing the same lifestyle even today. So, if there is a cultural anthropologist or a paleontologist or a physical anthropologist who would like to see how probably in the beginning the communities lived, the best way as a laboratory, as a sample piece, is to go to the present forest dwelling cultures and watch them. But this has been heavily discarded all over the world cultural anthropological studies because of the evidences that there are all over the world. There are evidences to show that most of the forest dwelling cultures, if not most, at least a considerable uh, amount of considerable section of the forest dwelling cultures are adaptations to the forest environment. Those cultures which were there earlier as city cultures, also they migrated, those peoples, those groups migrated to forest areas and adapted to the forest culture, and the forest dwelling culture among that group developed because of the adaptation to the environment. So this is a very strong counterexample to the theory that forest dwelling cultures are living prehistory. They have conserved the primitive culture. Within India, there are these words Vanavasi and Adivasi are repeatedly being pitched against each other. There was an article in one of the newspapers where they were saying that why Adivasi has to be preferred for Vanvasi, and why those who are picking up the word Vanavasi are going against Adivasi. They were trying to conjecture the political and ideological reasoning behind discarding the word Adivasi. Again, we have to remember that the word Adivasi also has got a translation tendency from the other pejorative usages like aboriginal, primitive, etc. And the word aboriginal uh, might give an impression that it is actually projecting the forest dwelling communities as the sons of the soil of a particular land, but actually inherently it has got this attitude of projecting these communities as those who are not developed, who are not knowledgeable, who do not have skills comparable to the civil people, comparable to the city dwelling people, and those who lack civilization. So it is the word Vanavasi is very close to the word forest dwelling, which actually uh, has the intention of showing that cultures need not and should not be evaluated in a graded way that certain settlement pattern is superior to the other settlement pattern. For example, prioritizing or showing city dwelling culture as a superior culture, or technology culture, modern culture, science and technology culture as a superior culture, and the other cultures like village dwelling culture or forest dwelling culture or a nomadic culture or itinerant culture and other settlement patterns that are there among peoples as lower to the urban and city and science and technology and modern cultures, this should be avoided. That can be avoided when we use neutral words like forest dwelling or its translation like Vanavasi cultures. Another point that at this point we have to focus attention towards is that is mentioned already in our concept note. It is in India that a researcher in culture, if he wants to study forest dwelling cultures, need not all the way travel to South America or Africa. Whereas in most of the European nations or United States or other Western cultures, including in Australia, where they had their own so-called aboriginal groups, the academicians interested in culture research are traveling all the way to a very distant place. Whereas, if you want to study a forest dwelling culture in India, the academician staying in a city university, can just go outside his campus and visit a forest dwelling hamlet and study forest dwelling cultures. How has this become possible? How is it that forest dwelling cultures are so much available today here? Why not in the other parts of the world? Number one, the European nations themselves, in very recent times also, were forest dwelling cultures. This they have been mentioning during environmentalist literature, when there were attacks on Western societies that they are responsible for the ecological crisis or environmental crisis. They started claiming that, oh, we were also forest dwelling cultures. During our forest dwelling stage of history, we were also environmentalist, we were also ecological. It is at a later stage that we lost that culture. And one of the reasons why the European cultures lost that forest dwelling uh, culture is invasions from Europe itself, from Romans, for example, to the other parts of Europe, and later expansionist religions like Christianity spread to those areas. And another very big jolt to the forest dwelling and rural and nature adapting cultures in Europe was modernity, industrialization, science and technology. And at that stage, entire urbanization has become the pattern. And at the time of modernity spreading, science and technology spreading, industrialization spreading in Europe, there were attempts to preserve folklore, folk culture, culture popular, popular culture. Museums were developed so that all that was going to be completely washed away under modernity impact, science and technology impact, industrialization impact, was sought to be preserved in the form of museums, in the form of archives. But alas, today they lost the entire pre-modern culture of those nations. What to say about United States? They, when they colonized that landscape, the forest dwelling cultures of that area were completely destroyed. And some of them are preserved even today for tourism purposes, to show to the visitors. And in Latin America, in South America, Spanish invasion destroyed the forest dwelling cultures of that area. So the destruction of indigenous cultures, destruction of forest dwelling cultures is one formula. The other formula is the invading forest dwelling culture, destroying cultures themselves. Once upon a time, they themselves were forest dwelling cultures and they lost it because of rapid urbanization. And today, UNESCO, which is formed out of such urbanized cultures only, city prioritizing cultures only, urban prioritizing cultures only, now comes up with a cultural diversity, expression, diversity of cultural expressions, charter, and wants to preserve diversity of cultures. Today, after environmentalist awareness, ecological awareness, there is a huge uh, activity all over the world for preservation of diversity. If you come back to India and see what happened here, here the forest dwelling cultures have been surviving for millennia only because of this environmentalist awareness existing as part of the worldviews of all the cultural strands and traditions of this culture. That is named as Hindu by the visitors. During medieval times, when they visited the other side of the Sindhu, which they pronounced as Hindu, whatever they culture they found here, they called it Hindu culture. And for them, that culture was a single culture. All the commonalities among all the different settlement pattern cultures, forest dwelling, village dwelling, city dwelling, all kinds of these cultural strands, cultural components within the cultural complex that they gave the name Hindu. They would give a single name Hindu only when they find the commonality within that. That commonality is what kept all these different settlement pattern based cultural varieties as one single culture called, in their own language, in the language of the outsiders, Hindu. And these cultures, what the world today is asking for, diversity, 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 it remained here because these cultures were environmentalist oriented in their worldview from the beginning. That is why they were diversity oriented. And because each of them was diversity oriented, they allowed the other culture to survive. No culture wanted to completely convert the other culture into its own template. It is because of the absence of an attitude of superiority that my culture is superior, so your culture has to be completely extinguished. I would completely convert you. Today, for example, when we consider one kind of knowledge, education, as the knowledge, the education inside our contemporary education system, what we are doing is we are trying to convert all other knowledge systems also into this template of what we call education today. We are looking at other knowledge systems For example, the medical knowledge of forest dwelling people as a primitive attitude towards healing, curing, disease removing, and all that, and projecting one kind of medical system as the advanced medical system. That's one example. That goes for all other knowledge areas and skill areas, where we are projecting one kind of knowledge as the best, and we are trying to convert the other cultures into that. So, for example, if I am giving modern education to the forest dwelling communities' children, establishing modern schools there, teaching them English, teaching them science, teaching them atomic structure, teaching them trigonometry or calculus from modern mathematics, then we are considering ourselves to be doing a great favor to them by giving them education. We are not saying that it is a kind of education. We are saying that we are converting them into educated people. So we have very clearly made one knowledge system as the knowledge system and are trying to impose it on other cultures and other people groups and other community groups. And it is as part of this that there is a claim that even ancient Vedic people, Shastra knowledge, was not offered to these people that way. The way the modern society is doing, the way modern society is trying to convert all other knowledge systems into their own knowledge systems. But if you realize that this attitude of looking down upon other knowledge systems is the source behind converting them by giving them the so-called modern education, then people would realize that if a Shastra scholar considered, for example, if an Ayurveda scholar considered the forest dwelling medicine as equally good system, equally robust system, powerful system, it is for that reason that he did not want to convert the forest dwelling medical system into his own. There is no attitude of denying and all that. So this is the crux of the whole thing. Crux of the whole thing is that if you have respect for the other culture, then you would not try to convert that culture and try to educate them. That is what has happened in this country for millennia. Neither of these cultures wanted to dominate the other. The third final point that we need to focus on is the present tribal policy, the governmental policy towards the forest dwelling cultures. Right from the beginning of our independent Indian government has been borrowed from the British. If you look into the historical evidences from the medieval times, you would realize that what they call feudal rulers, or the kings and the queens of ancient and medieval times, they had a very good relationship with the forest dwelling cultures. One very good example that people like me who live in the Telugu speaking areas get is the example of the Chenchus. The Chenchu forest dwelling community, or Chenchu tribe, so to say, to use the contemporary word, however bad it is, the Chinchu tribe people where there are kaifiyats, the local documents from medieval times, in which it is mentioned how the medieval kings had very good coordinating relationship with this community. And this community, which was, for example, living in both the areas of Ahobil, where the Narasimha shrine is there, and the other place, Srishailam, where the Mallikarjuna shrine is there. In both these places, they used to maintain the temple and also help the pilgrims to the Mallikarjuna temple or the Ahobil temple to wade through the forest areas which are dangerous for travel because of the wild animals and all that. And the kings used to financially also help them they used to help the forest dwelling communities in many other ways. And these documents mention how those positive relationships were there. When you look at such history, you would realize that it is the modern state which has been cruel towards the forest dwelling communities. So these aspects we have to realize, and my introduction was supposed to be for 15 minutes because of my involvement in the area from 3.5 decades. Probably I took more time than was stipulated for me. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. With this introduction, I welcome you all to this very significant symposium. And let us start with Dr. Javanapalli Satyanarayana ji. He is going to speak on the forest dwelling communities and ancient Indian religion, the relationship between ancient Indian religion. I think that is going to be a very good continuation from what I was mentioning also. Satyanarayana garu, over to you. Please unmute yourself. You are muted, sir.
Is it audible now?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, namaskar to all. So this is Satyanarayana Devanapalli. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm going to say a few words on ancient Indian religion and tribals. That means what is the relationship between ancient Indian religion and tribals, as explained by Dr. Nagaraju Paturi. Thank you, sir. I'll go by word, ancient Indian religion and tribals. So you know the meaning of ancient. So generally it is treated by the historians that ancient period ends at the date 1206 AD as far as Indian history is concerned. So I will talk about that period only, ancient period only. Next one is India. You know, and Paturi sir also explained how the word India came into being. The earlier word was Sindhan, that means the Sindhu living people, the people living in Sindhu river area. Thereafter, Sindhan was cotton actually. So Sindhan became Hindu by the Persian scholars. Thereafter, Greek peoples came in 326 BC or so, and they called Ind. And thereafter, these Britishers came into Indian territories and they started calling India, that is the region. And India consisted up to 1947 for about 7 countries today: Pakistan, Afghanistan, of course, India, Nepal, Bhutan, and then Burma and Bangladesh also. So this is the pan India. So then we will talk about the religion, how it evolved in course of time in ancient period, and what is the relationship between the Hindu religious faiths and tribals, whether they contributed anything to the evolvement of Hinduism. So there are scholars like B.H. Mehta and S.K. Tiwari. They worked on the tribal roots of Hinduism. So they published monographs also. They are anthropologists and they belong to archaeological anthropology also. So based upon material evidences, they proposed theories that Hinduism evolved out of tribal beliefs only. And B.H. Mehta clearly says that, and he proved in his work that Shaivism was the result of tribal belief systems. And S.K. Tiwari argued that Hinduism itself, the so-called modern Hinduism itself, was the result of tribal belief systems. So they told that. And whether it is true, we have to substantiate their argument, our argument with examples which can be seen, which can be shown. So I'll show, or I'll cite some examples from history. The earliest Shivalinga was unearthed in Kaimur Karps, that is there in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan area. And of course, they stretch west to east and they fall in central Indian region. So Kaimur Karps, what hill ranges. So in Kaimur Karps, Shivalinga, what is Shivalinga? Some 3 inches length Shivalinga was unearthed and it was dated. TL dating, thermoluminescence dating was done, and that date was 10,000 BC. So it means that by 10,000 BC, Shivalinga was being worshipped by tribals. That was the conclusion given by Professor Meenakshi Jain. She wrote a book, Ancient India, that was published by NCERT, and that was the textbook for class 11th students some 20 years ago. But of course, thereafter the book was dropped from the syllabus and the NCERT, and thereafter one more text came into being written by R.S. Sharma. So, however, so the earliest Shivalinga belongs to 10,000 BC, and still the same proto copy of Shivalinga is being worshipped by the tribals of that region even today. So that is the correlation. And thereafter, I link the evolution of the gods or deity system to Dravidian, or more specifically Indus Valley or Harappan civilization. So recently, Professor Kovur Raghavan deciphered the Indus script, and the first seal, there are seals, some 4,000 seals were unearthed in and around Pakistan and southwest India. So those in Indus Valley civilization sites. So among those 4,000 seals, he picked up, Professor Kovur Raghavan picked up some seals and he deciphered. He read the letters what are written on the seals. So the earliest reference with regard to date is from 4067 BC. So 4067 BC, there was a seal by mentioning Aja Mata Kala Chakra. Aja Mata Kala Chakra. Aja, non-born. Mata, mother. Kala, time. Chakra. So it revolves. So Kala comes again, Varsha Kala, summer and winter also. So this Ajamata Kala Chakra was, that script was written in 4067 BC. And this was the finding of Kovur Raghavan. And even today, tribals use the same symbol. They write like plus. Plus actually Ka. That resembles the sound Ka. Ka means Kala. So this ideography later on developed into proper script. So Ka even today, even Hindus also write that ka in the style of swastik. Swastik is nothing but ka only, column only. That means in housewarming ceremonies also, what we call priests used to draw that swastik on the walls of the house, new house. That means kala. In every kala, this house should remain. That is the meaning of kala, kala chakra, blessed by Ajamata. Okay, this is the first goddess invented by tribal people, and even today Hindus are using the same symbol swastik, Ajamata Kala Chakra actually. So the next one is Pashupati. Everybody knows, while reading Indus Valley Civilization, we come across a seal with Pashupati. Actually, the name is given by Mortimer Wheeler. So because the god is surrounded by some pashus or cattle, so he used that word Pashupati Shiva. But actually later on, other scholars worked on that seal, and various versions were given by different scholars. There is one more scholar, Gond scholar. Gond is a tribe. So Gond scholar, Dr. Moti Ravan Kangali. So he also interpreted in Indus script, and he named that Pashupati Shiva seal as Pahandi Mutava Poi. Pahandi Mutava Poi. Pahandi means over Pahad. So Pahad god. Pahad, hill. So God stays on the hill. That is one meaning. And Mutava Poi. He is the head of all the gods. He is the head of all the human beings. He is the head of all the creatures. He is the head of all the greenery, forests, wooded hills. So that is the meaning given by or proposed by Motiravan Kangali. And third meaning was given in recent times by Devadatta Patnaik. So he was saying that Pashupati Shiva is none other than Mashobha. Even today, that Mashobha is being revered, worshipped by the tribals of Maharashtra region. So that is the proposition made by Devadatta Patnaik. And this Professor Kovur Raghavan, who deciphered in the script in recent times, he read the letters also. On that seal, Pashupati Shiva seal, there will be letters also. So he read that letters as Sri Rishabhanaman Katha. Sri Rishabhanaman Katha. Sri, Sri means actually Purusha. That is the Sri resembles Purusha even today. Rishabhanatha. Rishabhanatha was the first Jain Tirthankara, Rishabhanatha, and Naman in his name. Katha, story. So that tells the Pashupati Shiva seal tells the story or reminds the story of Rishabhanatha, how he established his kingdom in 3102 BC. So some 5,000 years ago, he established his kingdom in Indus Valley civilization, and he inscribed those seals. Today, we unearthed them in Pakistan and in India also. So the first seal of God, so-called Pashupati called, actually Sri Rishabhanaman Katha. So that belongs to the age of 3102 BC. That is male, first male god. Earlier I told Ajamata Kalachakra. Ajamata was the first goddess. And this Rishabhanaman Katha, Rishabhanaman is the first male god. And but whether these tribals are connected to this Sri Rishabhanaman Katha or not, this is there even today. For example, I cite one example from one tribal community called Koya. So these Koyas even today wear that headgear, whatever is worn by Pashupati Shiva or Rishabhanaman, the same is worn by these people also while dancing Komu Koya dance. Actually, Komu is the horns of bison. Those are the bison horns. So that crown is made up of bison horns, and they wear and dance called Kommu Koya dance in a famous festival called Medaram Jatara. So that is being held for once in 2 years in Medaram in Telangana. So that is one thing. And second thing is this symbol, the bison horn, is there in 2 places in Telangana. There must be other places also where we can find these bison horns, bison horn headgear, symbolizing that Sri Rishabhanaman Katha, and these people also have. So Koya people wear that, and Koya region in Telangana along the Godavari river belt, there are 2 places. One is called Gontemma Kollu, the other place is called Gontemma Madugu. So in these places there are caves and rocks. So in rock paintings we find these pictures, headgears, bison horn headgears. So this is one example that Koyas still believe in Rishabhanaman, who was their ancestor god. This is one thing. And the second thing is still they worship Rishabhanaman in there is a place called Kannepalli. This Kannepalli is close to Medaram Sammakka deity. So in Kannepalli there will be a stone. So they call it Rishabhanaman and Katamaran. So Kata means Karu Adivi. Kata means forest only. Maran, Maharaju in Sanskrit. So Maran, so Katamaran, forest Maharaju. So this god is being still worshipped by Koyas in Kannepalli. There will be a stone that is treated as this god. So these are the 2 examples. Headgear is being worn by these people, and Katamaran is also being worshipped by those people. And I'll talk about the other god also, Ganesh. There is a god called Ganesh, you know, Ganapati, we call it Ganapati also. So this Ganesh belongs to the tribe of Heramba. There was a tribe called, even today there is a tribe. Heramba tribe is there in central India. These people worship this god Ganesh. They call it Ganesh only, but without elephant head. So thereafter many stories came into being, and he was Ganesh was added with elephant head that we know in Hindu Puranas. But Ganesha was worshipped by Heramba tribals, and Heramba tribals appear in Mahabharata. In Mahabharata, they fought against Pandavas, Heramba tribals. So they worship Ganapati. Even today, we means Hindus also worship Ganesh today, that we know, well established fact. And Central Indian tribes call Bhagavan. Bhagavan means in their folklore and in their belief system, Bhagavan means Rama only. They know the name of Rama as Bhagavan. So even today, many tribes wish each other Ram Ram, and they say bye to each other by saying Ram Ram. So Ram Bhagavan is the known god to them. And in Puranas, we find one story, Gajendra Moksha. In Gajendra Moksha, what happens, you know, Gaja means elephant, is caught by a crocodile in a river, and he prays. Gajendra or elephant prays to God, Lord Vishnu, and he comes and he protects that elephant from the threat of crocodile that we know. But here in the beliefs of tribals of India, Ram Bhagavan was the person who protected Gajendra elephant. And then they tell a full story. He protected that elephant by catching his ears and by catching his nose also. So in the effort of pulling that elephant from the river, this nose became so long and ears also became so wide. So that is the story told by tribal people in central India. So whatever might be the story, but there is a connection. Hindus believe that Lord Vishnu protected the elephant, but here tribals believe that Lord Rama protected elephant, whatever. Some changes have taken place, but originally the story is also the belief of tribals. And there is one more god called Narayan Dev. Narayan Dev, we are talking about Shaivism, Vaishnavism, and Shaktism also. So Narayan Dev belongs to Vaishnava sect, but tribals believe he originated from sun, the Lord Sun, sun. So there is a sect called Saurya. So Saurya sect is also there, and this sect belongs to ostrich group of tribals. So there are five major groups of tribals in India. One is Aryan, second one is Dravidian, third one is ostrich, fourth one is Alpine, and fifth one is Mediterranean. So this ostrich, Saurya sect belongs to ostrich group of tribals. So based upon their color and facial features and other anthropological features, so anthropologists divided them into five major groups in India. And this sect, Saurya sect, is in central India, and central Indian tribes mostly belong to ostrich group of tribals. So this sect worship a dharma, means a pole, dharma stambha. In temples we find the dvajastambha. It will be like that only, but with many carvings of tribal goddesses, gods, and animals, and imaginary animals also. So this Saurya sect erects that dharma stambha and call it as Surya, sun, and they worship that sun god, that they should be protected by sun god until sun remains in the sky. They should be protected. That is the wish of Saurya sect in central India. And this dharma stambha culture is there among Gonds also and Koyas also. Even the Koyas of Bastar area in Chhattisgarh and Telangana area along the river belt of Godavari, we find that this dharma stambha culture, they erect dharma stambha and they worship sun god. And with regard to Vaishnavism, Vaishnavism consists of Vishnu and his 10 avatars. One of the most popular avatara is Lord Krishna. So Krishna is also worshipped by tribal people across the country, India. So he is venerated, worshipped by tribals with different names. There is a god, very popular god Jagannatha. Lord Jagannatha is there, and he is being worshipped in Orissa, Puri, Jagannatha Yatra, that very famous fair car festival, Ratha Yatra. It takes place, and there is a story, legend in Orissa that Savara, there was a Savara tribal. Savara tribals are there in Orissa and Telangana and sorry, Andhra Pradesh. So there is a tribe Savara, and the story is when Krishna went to forests and taking rest under a tree along the fringes of a river. So his toes are reflected in the river, and Savara tribe thought that some what we call an animal came to that place, and its shade is being reflected in the water. So immediately he shot with an arrow. So that arrow went into the feet of Lord Krishna and he died. And thereafter he came, that Savara came to Lord Krishna and got feared. And then he cut his leg and took away that leg to Puri, and he placed that leg in that temple, and thereafter a huge temple was constructed in medieval times, that and that became Lord Jagannatha. So this is the story. So again, that Lord Jagannatha is being worshipped by tribals in the earlier period, but of course today everybody is worshipping that deity, but basically that belongs to tribal tradition. So he, the same person, Lord Krishna, is being worshipped by other people also. I'll tell few more examples. One is Nayak Code community. There is a community called Nayak Code in Telangana. They ruled Telangana area also in 14th and 15th centuries for about 110 years or so. So these Nayak Codes later on became tribals after being defeated by Bahmani sultans. So they worship Lord Krishna by calling Kittamurti. Krishnamurti actually, Kittamurti they call, because they believe that they were protected earlier by Lakshmi Devara. Lakshmi Devi was the wife of Lord Krishna. In their belief, Hindus call Lakshmi Devi as the wife of Lord Vishnu, but Nayak courts call Lakshmi Devara as the wife of Kittamurti. So Lakshmi Devara protected them, so they treat Lakshmi Devara as their sister or mother. So because of being her husband, Kittamurti was also worshipped by Nayak code tribals. And there is a relationship between Lord Krishna and Pandavas also. Because of that relationship, these people, Nayak codes, worship Pandavas also. And their mother, Guntamma, they call Gunti, actually Kunti, that you know. Guntamma, they celebrate a festival called Peddamma Jatara or Peddamma Kolupu. So actually Gontemma, there is a place called Gontemma Kollu. Kollu is a pond. So there is a pond and there are rock paintings belonging to prehistoric age. So there is this again we find the headgear, bison horn headgear deity also in a dancing pose in a cave. So they worship that deity also, calling that Gontemma Kollu, and they worship Lakshmi Devara also and Lord Krishnamurti, Kittamurti also, and thereafter. And most of the tribes in India believe in one god called Bhim Devara or Bhim Dev, Bhimayak, Bhim, like that. There are so many variations of Lord Bhim, but basically they believe in Bhim for rains only, for getting rains only. They need rains only because tribals depend upon Podu agriculture, that means rain-fed agriculture. So they want rains. So they worship a huge god. Bhim means the word Bhim means huge, big, a big god who stays in the sky. So they worship the sky god or Lord Bhim for the sake of getting rains for their crops. So this is one original story, but thereafter Bhima, there is a story that you know in Mahabharata, Lord Bhima and other Pandavas also migrated into exile for about 13-14 years. So during that exile period, he saw this Hidimbi, a tribal lady, and he was infatuated with that the beauty of that lady, and ultimately they got married and produced a child called Ghatotkaja. He also participated in Mahabharata war, that you know. But in tribal folklore, we find a different story. There is a tribe called Todiyamal Dano. Danavas. Thereafter, Sanskrit is called Dano as Danava, Rakshasa, demons. So there is a tribe, Todiyamal. So these Todiyamal tribe tell a story about this Hidimbi and Bhima. So they have one Bakasura, you know, Rakshasa. So Bakasura used to eat people, and the food prepared by them also every day. One cartload of food along with a person should be sent to Bakasura, and he will eat all the food stuff and the man himself also. So one day this Bhima went to Bakasura and he killed Bakasura, and it is told that he married to his sister Hidimbi. That is the reason why. So that they say Lord Bhima saved tribals. So that is the reason why tribals worship Lord Bhima. This is another story. And this story is believed by all the tribals of Telangana and many central Indian states. So there is a tribe called Kolam. Kola in Telugu or South Indian or Dravidian language, Kola means bamboo stick. So based upon bamboo stick and its what we call inelu strips, so they make many basketry items. They sell those basketry items in the market and they get some money or coin, grain or so, and based upon that they will continue their life. So the tribe is Kolam. So this Kolam tribe belongs to Dravidian tribe, the typical Dravidian tribe Kolam. Even today, there is a Rangoli system. It is called in Telugu Mugu. Rangoli system that is called Kollam or Kolam. That was in existence during the period of Indus Valley civilization also. Still, that Rangoli system is being practiced by this Kolam tribe, and they call Kolam only, and they celebrate one festival called Polakamma festival. Polakamma Pandum. Polakamma nothing but Telugu people called Poleramma and Pochamma, and they celebrate Bonalu festival. Similar festival is being done by Kolam tribes even today in the name of Polakamma festival. So during that festival, they draw a full-fledged circle, what we call square type mugu or rangoli they draw during that Polakamma festival. So that system of rangoli is coming from right from Indus Valley civilization onwards, and still it is being practiced by this tribe. And in the legends of Tirumala Tirupati also, there is a story that earlier god was established by these Kolam tribes. So later on, of course, Brahmins and Sanskritization entered the temple, and huge festivities are taking place there. So, however, the roots are from tribal traditions. So this is one aspect regarding Lord Krishna cult. Thereafter, we come to the main god, Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva stays in mountains, forest god or hill god. That is the belief of many tribals. And the Gond tribe is the largest or biggest tribe in India. There are 705 tribal communities in India, and the Gond is the biggest tribe that you know. And they call, Gond tribe call Shiva as Shambhu Mahadev. Shambhu Mahadev and Siddheshwara. Siddheshwara. There is a place called Siddhikasa. So in Siddhikasa, they worship Siddheshwara, and in general, they worship Shambhu Mahadev. We call Shankara, right? This is one. And there is another tribe called Chenchu. Paturi sir was telling about Chenchu tribe also. There is a place called Srishailam, and that is the confluence point of Telangana, Andhra, and Rayalaseema. So there, these people used to worship Mallayya. So Mallayya, Mala means mountain, Ayya, you know, god or the god only. So Mallayya, the mountain god, later on came to be known as Mallikarjuna. Why? Because there is a story. Again, Mallika means jasmine flowers. Mallika, Mallepulu. In Telugu, it is called Mallepulu. Mallika. Arjuna. Arjuna is Maddi, salt tree. The original Shivalinga is made up of that Arjuna tree trunk. Even today in Srishailam, you can find a temple called Vruddha Mallikarjuna temple. So Vruddha Mallikarjuna, Vruddha means oldest. The oldest Shivalinga is made up of Arjuna tree, salt tree. Even today that can be found. And it is believed that Chandravati, a daughter of that community, Chandravati was believed that she worshipped that Arjuna tree linga, with jasmine flowers, mallika flowers. So it became that sal tree or madhi tree, Arjuna tree became Mallikarjuna Shivalinga. So they call Chenchus treat that that God also married to their daughter called Brahmaramba. Brahmara means honey bees. So they used to roam around the places for hunting and tubers and many food items. So they were called Brahmara tribe earlier, since they roam around the places. So Brahmara Amba, their daughter, was married to Lord Shiva Lord Shiva or Mallikarjuna, and Shiva in Sri Shailam has three wives: Parvati, Ganga, and Brahmaramba also. So this is the local folk tradition of tribal people, so that he became the god of lord of those people also, tribals also. So finally, we have to cite one example with regard to mother goddess. So I'll tell one example from Buddhist literature. There is a text called Sutta Pitaka. In Sutta Pitaka, there is a chapter called Parayana Vagga. In that, there is a story of Bavari. Bavari was a sage residing along the banks of the river in Telangana border. In the river bank, Bavari came to know that in around 500 BC, there was a person called Lord Buddha in North India, and he founded a new theory of philosophy, dharma or religion. And he came to know that he already knew 3 Vedas and many Vidyas. But even then, he was not satisfied and roaming around the places in search of God. He came to know, and he sent 16 disciples of his followers. He sent 16 people, and their attire, their clothing system was also described in that text, and that clothing resembles the Gusadi of Gond culture. Gusadi actually a dancer. There will be a separate attire system, dressing code for to become Gusadi. Even today, that resembles Lord Shiva. Even today, they become so like Shiva, and they were sent by Bavari to Buddha, and they learned Buddhism, and they came back and preached their guru. One of the disciples, his name is Pingali, and they propagated Buddhism from Godavari to further south. That is the known fact. So whatever I wanted to say is, they resembled Lord Shiva, the Gonds of Telangana area. This is one thing. And second thing is, there is a goddess called Attagamini. Attagamini was mentioned by Bavari, and when he was in sad conditions, Attagamini came to Bavari and told that nothing to worry, everything will be okay in a weekdays. So in a weekdays, he came to know of Buddha, and he found a new religion, Buddhism. That is the story. So the thing is, Attagamini was there, the goddess was there. Even today, the goddess Attagamini is being worshipped by the Gond people along the left bank of Godavari near Dharmapuri in Jagitiala district. So that goddess is there. And one more goddess is Jangubai. These people, Gond people, worship one more goddess, chief goddess called Jangubai. Actually, Jangubai, Ja in Sanskrit becomes Ya in Prakrit, or local languages. So Jangu actually Yajna Devata. Yajna, you know. So Yajna Devata, the presiding deity of yagas or yajnas was called Yajna Devata. In local parlance, it became Jangu Bai. So Yajna Devata, there was a symbol in Indus Valley civilization, triangle shape and inverted triangle shape. So triangle is placed on inverted triangle, and a straight line was drawn in the center of those triangles. So that is called yoga. So the first triangle resembles male, the second triangle resembles female. If male and female becomes one, that becomes yoga, and that will produce children, santana, and many sapta santanas. There is a concept called sapta santana and saptarshi also. There are many details in the Indus Valley scripts. So Yajna Devata today is being worshipped as Jangu Bai. So, and these Yajna Devata symbols are there in rock paintings of Telangana and many Bhimbetka caves in Madhya Pradesh, and many places we find Yajna Devata symbols, yoga symbols, and yoga symbol later on came to be called as Om. Om, you know, the combination of A to Aha, and that contains the consonants also up to Ma, Om, A, O, Om, like that. So with these examples, we can tell that Hinduism, the so-called Hinduism of today, is the product of tribals in many centuries. Some thousands of years ago, these Hindu roots came into being, and they were found by tribals, and they are being worshipped even today. And this is about the tribal roots of Hinduism in India. So I take leave with this. Thank you, Vananda.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Satyanarayana Garu. That was an excellent exposition, very helpful for all of us. That gave us a confirmation of such very intense and intricate relationship of what is known as Hindu in the form of Itihasas and Puranas, Yajnas, and all those aspects. Before Satyanarayana Garu, he is an officer and he has got his official duties and he has to leave. Before he leaves, let me just introduce, give a background of Dr. Satyanarayana Garu. Dr. Jaanapada Satyanarayana is the curator of tribal museums, Government of Telangana. He did his PhD on the environmental history of Telangana and has written about 20 books on subjects of Telangana history, culture, religion, arts and crafts, literature, tourist places, and tribes exploring primary facts. He brought into limelight several rock art sites, inscriptions, and heritage tourist sites, natural and built. He contributed chapters on history to BA and MA courses in the universities of Telangana. He acted as the president of Andhra Pradesh History Congress, Ancient Section, in 2015-16. The governments of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana Tourism Department conferred upon him awards for excellence in travel writing for the years 2013 to 2017, and the Telugu University honored him with Kirti and Sahitya Puraskarams for the years 2014 and 2016. Thank you very much, sir. In your busy schedule, you could take out time for us and give such an excellent exposition of the Hindu aspects of Vanavasi traditions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Since the second speaker, Sri Piratla Shivaramakrishna ji, has some technological problems, is not able to log in, we'll move on to Dr. Firmi Bodo. She is an assistant professor at JNU. I'll give the background of Dr. Firmi Bodo ji. Dr. Firmi Bodo is an assistant professor, Center for Study of Social Systems, School of Social Sciences, Lieutenant Associate NCC Officer, 3 Delhi Girls PN NCC JNU, associated with Vanavasi Kalyana Ashram and Center for Northeast Studies on various projects from a long time. Her specialization is sociology of mass communication, sociology of development. Dr. Firmi Bodo ji, over to you.
Thank you. I think my voice is clear and audible to all of you.
Yes, it is very clear.
At the outset, I would like to give my regards to the INDICA itself for, in fact, organizing, I would rather say, need of the hour, this topic itself. And yes, of course, to the INDICA and Naagara, thank you so much for this kind introductions. The topic which I wanted to talk to you is about the tribals and their dharmic culture. Uh, the word itself, although I have kept the word tribals, I mean deliberately, so that I just wanted to share my views on the word itself. As at the beginning of this symposium, it has been told that how the term itself, the tribal, has how it has been used, or I would say politicized, just to create a kind of distortions in our mind and just to have a divisions in our mind. I would like to further speak on that as my talk will progress. Whenever we talk about this ancient India, the ancient civilization, but the only existing ancient civilizations in the modern era, has always been a land of continuous long traditions of wisdom and knowledge. However, all these are being plundered by various means with an agenda by different foreign invaders, which in fact led to the weakening of the foundations of these ancient knowledge traditions. And that is what it's become irrelevant to talk about this. That today's symposium is that we have seen that how there is a diminution of power of thought, the spread of ignorance in the birthplace of this knowledge itself. In fact, after independence, many Western schools of thought were flooded with lots of economic discourses to study this society or these ancient civilizations with an Orientalist approach, which lead actually to the distortions and misinterpretations and misrepresentations of culture and traditions, and also the history of India. And because of that, it becomes a challenge to have a very clear and true understanding about our own society, where most textual and theoretical studies are European narrative produced with their own vested interests, or I would say with their own agenda. There are predominant narratives given during those times, in fact, during the British time, and even continued, although we said that we are, an independent country, but then again, it has been dominated by a very Western discourse, which has severely eroded our centuries-old oneness. And especially if we talk about, just for the sake of your understanding, the tribal itself, or the communities of India, it has been remaining a very challenging, especially in this context. And we know, as I come from, or as I hail from Assam or northeastern part of India, some of my talk maybe will focus on that aspect. You know how it has been remain a very separatist movements among the people of that regions, and then how the alienation factor is one of the most disturbing elements that you have must come across or you have read about. But this is the British policy of institutionalized segregations of the people living in that hilly regions, snap the centuries old social, cultural, and commercial connectivity that exists between or amongst the people. Before the invasions, there existed organic social and cultural, spiritual, and commercial relationships. They shared similar values, belief systems, including the fundamentals of relations among human relations with nature, with the divinity. There was always had the rich social relations and, in fact, marital bonding with not uncommon and very brotherhood kind of feelingness, or they shared the cultural events together, economic relations between amongst people, and that was vibrant, and even the trading relations was very complementary in nature. But the external factors resulted in the separations, these isolations, which weakened this long continuity, cultural continuity. It is assiduously suppressed the shared cultural and spiritual traditions that essentially encourage the love of nature and universal divinity expressed and practiced in indigenous shapes and forms. And this is not something which is artificially created. What I'm saying right now, there is an ample evidences, recorded documents, relics, folklores, and surviving customs that show the essential togetherness amongst the people of these civilizations, whether I talk about north, east, or southern part or the western. But again, as I said at the beginning, the predominant narrative given during this colonial period, during the British times, continued. And that is the reasons behind that our neighbors, our friends became strangers, became enemies. Unfortunately, even after British left, Indians' policy towards the special this tribal people was shaped largely by the ideas and ideologies of some agenda-driven British anthropologists who discouraged the unifications of these greatest civilizations. The tribe is often called as, primitive, savages, uncivilized, godless. Even in the media, they are tagged as a primitive, pre-modern, untouched by civilizations. A myth was propagated by some vested interest mindset academicians and unfortunately by native historians also, that there was no connections between this tribal culture and the rest of India, and they are branded as a semi-naked or naked people living in the jungles, in the forests, with no social connections with the other peoples or people living in the valleys, and remain excluded from the region. So such kinds of false and colonial narratives were established even in the academia. And inhabitants, especially among the forest regions, stereotypically branded as nomads, barbaric, headhunters, bloodthirsty, wild savages, and irreclaimable savages. And it is precisely the so-called savages and primitive tag that encouraged the British dominations. And they are tagged as a violent people who feel proud in beheading heads of people and showcasing communities as if they were always in a constant war with the peoples of plains or peoples of valleys. Even historians and anthropologists also try to further develop the same colonial narratives that had no civilizations of their own. It was being told that they had no knowledge about urban life and no sense of knowledge on technology and no sense of governance. And therefore, they made to believe that colonial interventions considered to be significant changes and enlistment and good for the people. In fact, the word tribe, as I said at the beginning, is tainted by 19th century racist ethnology, which generally describe those groups as a primitive, belong to inferior case, a stereotype that has proved tenacious, especially when coupled with animism, a derogatory term that does little justice to the society itself. In any case, the notions remains that such groups are marginal to mainstream society. Well, whatever mainstream may mean. Was there such a mainstream versus marginal duality in our ancient India? Well, there is no word for tribe, as far as I have read, in Sanskrit or in any Indian languages. Though there are terms equivalent to forest dwellers or mountain dwellers, Adivasis was coined early in the 20th centuries in the context of race-obsessed colonial ethnology, which labeled every Indian community as Aryan or non-Aryan. But we know that how this entire Aryan Dravidian theory itself has been debunked now. But India had no concept anyway. India had no concept of this original inhabitant. And as a sociologist, G.S. Gure put it long ago that it is utterly unscientific to regard that some tribe or other as original owners of the soil. In fact, we have almost 363 communities, which is known as a janas or jatis across map, defined in geographical, political, or ecological term. And the list of janas rises nearly 700 if we include all ancient literature. And there was also a kind of vested interest to establish that culture of tribals had nothing to do with the dharmic cultures of our civilizations of this country. Gradually, at a later period of time, they are, it has been said that they are later period, they have got converted to Hindu religion, and it was also tried to establish that the Hindu culture was imposed on them with the help of Brahmins coming, especially in the northeast, that they had converted by the Brahmins coming from Bengal and Kannauj, and the whole idea was that these communities peripheral to Indian civilization and culture in the early centuries of Christian era, which is completely based on inadequate data and unfounded suppositions. Very little effort has been done so far to explore the tribals, or which is we call as the Janajatis for these narratives. The regions, always had a very progressive civilization. There was always a cordial relationships. There was a trading relationship, and this can only be possible people who have a very civilized mindset to interact with their neighbors and with their adjacent regions or kingdoms or provinces. And there was a center of trade relations and cultural existence, which has evident through various documents and various archaeological excavations. And the people had a very skilled society. They had a very progressive industrial based society. They were involved in trading in the industrial-based products, like you can say spice, war equipments, woods, etc. And in addition, this society has a very such a entrepreneurships in their mind, very proficient in doing cordial relationship with the other with the adjacent communities or societies. Various apart from, however, various external invasions pose a great challenge for the primordial traditions, faiths, and beliefs culture of this people of these communities. The conversion, especially, has done immense harm to the culture, their culture. The discontinuance of the feast of the merit, the loss of knowledge of the wood carving as an art and means of subsistence, the replacement of the rice beer, the rice wine by tea, where the negative or kind of very damaging consequences that happen, the loss of traditional dormitory system, the folk literature, and the value system, which resulted in the breaking of their social cohesions and that solidarity. The colonial writers and anthropologists describes these communities as tribals under different levels, like I said, animism, nature worships, and also by naming the religions of these communities after their respective name, like the Khasi religions or Naga religions or Munda religions or a Santhal religion. This was done, in fact, that the British knew it fully well, that there was practically no difference between the so-called animism or tribal religions and the culture of this land. Riesle wrote almost the same thing. He said that no sharp line between Hinduism and animism, and Hinduism is animism more or less transformed by philosophy or as a magic tempered by metaphysics. That is what he extended. After saying this, and these observations clearly indicate that the social, cultural, and religious system of this country shows the uniformity on many levels. You might have, you can see the diversity, but the root, the very foundations were the same. The philosophy behind is the same, which is very much nature centric and very sacred in nature all at the same time. There are no distinctions between the popular regions of the country and the Janajati or faith and culture. Even the most primitive animism is characterized by non-exclusiveness, non-dependence on a specific revelation, potential universality, and is rootedness in a common experience of reality. There is no legacy of guilt associated with the first man or the first woman. The religion is a way of life. The belief where social and spiritual mingle together. The sacred is not restricted to the creator alone, but even to his creations. The sacredness in traditional religions extends to rivers, groves, and forests and mountains also. The Adi, who is the one of the community from Arunachal Pradesh and some other community living in the state, deify the sun and the moon. The creator pervades through whatever exists. Different forms of priesthood exist among different communities. Although there is a you will find a distinctiveness within their culture community, but you will find the pattern are identical. The Angamis Naga have hereditary priests. The traditions of this society have formed since time immemorial over social culture, belief and practice in a very distinct way. They have their own language, and much of it, although it is in oral form, it has morphology, phonology, and semantic elements. If anyone can observe cultural dress of this community, how they are traditional woven by them, they have that knowledge of how the chemical knowledge about the color when it comes to making their traditional attire. Every community possesses great weaving skills, in fact, and prepared by natural dye and looming works based on silkworm of agriculture. And the preparations of traditional dresses has been done always with the help of cottage-based activities. Traditionally, both nature-inspired looms and looms supplied by others have been used in the productions of dress. Their ideas, customs, artifacts, values, songs, music, craft, materials, practice in social cultural life are very much influenced by geoecology in their habitat. The folk art is a remarkable repository of social cultural life. Images, use of ethically prepared materials, artifact, ethnic architecture works, musical instruments, dress, and weaving activities. So there has always been something very close to the nature, and which always keeps binding. There has always been integrations within these kinds of differences. If you visit all the tribal cultures of our country, the original belief system, of humankind has in fact revolved around the nature worship, the sun, the moon, the rivers, mountain, trees, and ancestor worship. So all these patterns you can see in every form of worship of these communities, and all these are important ingredients, in fact, in the perceptions of the divine. Unfortunately, the conventional view of religion is based on the divisions of humanity into believers and non-believers, where the conquest of the other is the sine qua non. The belief system manifests in the Sanatan Dharma, or animism, or paganism, or Shintoism across the continents are what the tribals in India consider sacred. The similarities between the Hindu traditions and the tribal traditions in the fundamental polytheistic nature and a paganism show them clearly distinct from the any kind of prophetic or monotheistic religions. Both Hindu and the tribal traditions fail to see a conflict between the principle of unity and the principle of multiplicity. They worship trees. You will find the similarities of worshiping in trees or snakes makes them equally, I think, the Hindus' enemies, like the tribals. And significantly, the worship of ancestors and nature spirit makes them definitely connected with the dharmic, but they are also in fact closer to the Vedic culture of this country. Reincarnation is a common belief of both Hindus and the most tribal populations of this country. And more recently, in a monumental study of this tribal Hindu continuum, there was a work by Sandhya Jain which has amply demonstrated that there is a strong affinity between the tribal concept of divinity and the Hindu Dharma, as evidenced in a practice mythology and a recorded history. So that the work Adi Devo Arya Devata, a panoramic view of tribal Hindu culture interface, draws on published works of professional anthropologists and ethnographers, sociologists, and historians to show that India's native culture and civilization has grown upon a common substratum which does not easily yield to artificial divisions. The tribal elements itself can be traced to the very core of the dharma or the belief of the civilizations. Shiva and Vishnu, two of the greatest gods of this Hindu pantheon, exhibit strong traces of our tribal origins. Tribal belt to this day is dotted with a temple dedicated to Shiva and Shakti, both closely linked with the Tantra and magic, which are widely practiced in all tribal communities. Their a renowned anthropologist by the name Robert Redfield said once that the most important conclusions of anthropological studies of Hinduism is that the unity of Hinduism does not reside exclusively in an exemplary set of norms and scripture or an alternative lower level popular Hinduism of the uncultivated masses. The unity is to be found rather in the continuities that can be traced in a concrete media of songs, dance, play, sculpture, painting, religious stories, festivals, rites that connect the rituals and beliefs of the villagers with those of the townsmen and urbanites, one region with the other, and educated with the uneducated. And in fact, this country is a huge conglomerate of traditions that the colonial experience as Hinduism, and there's so many practices, rituals, sampradayas, parampara, guru, philosophies, and such which they united into an overarching meta-narrative of the religions of Hinduism, and later other religions, come into picture like Sikhism, Buddhism, or Jainism, and so on, and many times allegedly revolting against the main, by the other oppressive dominations of in this society. But this an experience of unity for the colonials who were trying to make sense of actually Indian culture, and their own culture generated with a strong idea that religion is a culture universal. A culture without religions was unimaginable for them. And our social sciences heavily colonized and never questioned this, colonial understanding. There was a Belgian scholar by the name Armand Neven who set out to study the mutual influence of tribal culture and Hindu culture, but gave up the project to get altogether. When he found out that no fundamental distinctions could be made between the two, and that they were essentially the same. But the problem is that we have never tried to understand, or we have never tried to see or observe or perceive our own traditions, or I would say our own culture from our point of view, or Indian-centric point of view. I would say we are such a blindfolded, or we are using such a or maybe we have such a high opinionated, or have a very low or low esteem when it comes to our own perspective or our own philosophy, that we never made an attempt. And as I said, that in our academia, we have never questioned those colonial understanding. Maybe we don't even know how to have this our own perspective. And this is the high time that through these kinds of discussions, or through this kind of academic discourse, we should try to explore that area, because the time is very conducive, as I seen, and then we have the scripture, we have all the required materials, all the evidences. Thus, we need a very proper observations, a proper gauge, or maybe say the local gauge, to understand our own community, which is always being a continuity. It's like a river, it keeps flowing, and we have to somewhere bring those connectedness. We have to meet, we have all the dots, but we have to connect those dots. It says that the chief cause of the weakness of India, or the kind of challenges we are facing in our country, is not the subjections, nor poverty, nor the lack of spirituality, or the dharma or ethics, but this declining of thought power, the growth of ignorance in this very motherland of knowledge, inability or unwillingness to think, thought incapacity or thought phobia. The modern world is the age of the victory of knowledge. I mean, whoever thinks most seeks, most labor, or most can fathom and learn the truth of the world, and get so much more Shakti. If you just look at the Europe, a vast sea of thought and the play of a huge and fast moving and yet disciplined force. The whole Shakti of Europe is in that. And in the strength of the Shakti, it has been swallowing up the entire world. In Europe, they want the deep thought, the deep word. There, even an ordinary laborer or artisan thing wants to know, is not satisfied with surface things, but wants to go behind. But there is still these differences. There is a fatal limitations in the strength and the thought of Europe when it comes to the spiritual field. It is a thought power can no longer move ahead. Their Europe sees everything as a riddle, nebulous metaphysics, or yogic hallucination. They rub their eyes as in smoke and can see nothing clear. We already have that spiritual sense. We owe it to our forefathers. And whoever has that sense has at his disposal such knowledge and Shakti as with one breath might blow away all the huge powers of Europe like a blade of grass. But to get the Shakti, one must be a worshipper, must be a believer of that. And but unfortunately, we become the worshipper of the easy way or short way. Our forefathers divided into a sea of vast thought and gained a vast knowledge and established a mighty civilizations. And I think through these kinds of research, which with a very unbiased perspective towards our own society, can have a actual what you call thoughts or our own Indic perspective, so that we can actually get rid of from all these distortions that has been created through in academia, in our public discourses, and maybe this is a beginning. And I am very hopeful that at least we have started this kind of discussions. And I, again, at the end, I would like to thank to the organizers for conducting such kind of relevant topic and make it more exclusive in nature. So thank you so much.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Firmiji. That was an excellent, highly theoretical and analytical exposition of the dharmic aspects of our culture. Particularly, you have been constantly focusing on the decolonization aspect of our understanding of the forest dwelling communities. Repeatedly, you mentioned how colonization has led to a totally different understanding of the forest dwelling communities. And you have been repeatedly showing how the unity among all the cultures of India, including the forest dwelling ones, is very important. And you focused on how the word tribe itself is a product of colonization in India. And thank you very much for your exposition. Let us check if there are questions. Is it true that the wide literature claiming that Indian civilization is only about 5,000 years old comes from a Roman Catholic compulsion to start everything from 3102 BC? As a father of a tiny toddler, how does one try and educate the child about our tribes without getting lost into too much information overload? Tourism doesn't seem to be an answer for multiple reasons. And another question is, Namaste, madam, how does the conversion, missionary activity impact the Vanavasis? Can you share any references of research studies done on this aspect of Vanavasi culture?
Okay, I think these are the questions, right, Nagrajji?
Yes. Yeah, in the question and answer box, there is a question and answer box. So Q&A, if you click on that, you get those questions.
Okay, yes. Now I can see those questions, yes.
The first question is about the history. You may skip that question. But there is one more question which is probably relevant. How to teach youngsters about our forest dwelling cultures? And another question is about missionary activity. Is there any research?
Yeah, I got that. First, I would like to answer to the Aniket who asked, like, how does one try and educate the child about our own tribe without getting lost into too much information overload? Yes, I mean, yes, we are these days we are overloaded with too much information. We have social media, internet available everywhere. But see, these kinds of I mean, in the sea of this too much of information, I think the one way is to have a proper research, to set up in people like, for me, example, if you can ask me, that is what my endeavor, one of the endeavor that I wanted to continue in my life, that to get the correct understanding about our own community. and to have the proper knowledge, so that we no longer feel inferior or complex, inferior complexity when it comes to our own society. It's not only happen with the tribals, it happens with every Indians, actually, that how we feel, or how we don't even know much about our own traditions or our own culture. So I feel that if we start having own research, we have to follow certain books. We have to depend on many folklore, folk songs. If we can start recording, I would suggest, Aniket, that if you start recording those, you must have some elderly people who have that memories in their mind. But because of this modern education system, now we are also sidelining our oral culture, our oral history, our folk traditions, our our own customs and rituals. So please, if you can keep record all these things, and through our research, through our discussions, we can preserve and we can educate our own children. And that is will happen only from each one of us start trying from day one, or from, maybe I would say, from today. And yes, of course, tourism doesn't seem to be an answer for multiple reasons, but somewhere it can at least make us aware about lots of things. So every dimensions did play a very important role. So I could not sideline any aspect of it. And to the Subhash Yadav questions, that how does conversions, missionary activities impact the Vanavasis? As I said in my talk itself, this conversion has actually impacted the very, what you call, the foundation, the very foundations, the very belief system of Vanavasis. You wanted any reference of research studies? Well, one research which I have conducted myself, I would like to share with you. There is a community called Vancho community in Arunachal Pradesh, where I actually I've done, I think, 2-3 years before, I mean, on the social cultural life of the Vancho community. And I found that 99.9% of the community converted to Christianity. And when I asked, visited their house, they have this society has followed the chieftainship system. I mean, they still follow that, they still believe in their traditional pattern. I mean, some of them are still practiced by these people. So there was very few households where they have not converted, and they retain their own identity, their own culture. So I asked him, like, what is your traditional or belief system, or what is the traditional ritual ceremony in your social day-to-day life? So that person was completely in a confused state. He doesn't know how to answer my question. So he was bit of skeptical at the same time about their own roots. So what he told me is that, which I wanted to share with you, is that I am very, much in what you call in a very apprehensive about my own cultures, like how to preserve all this, because we have lost everything. All those traditional sacredness, that symbol they used to have at their home, which has been thrown away by the people who actually came in the name of upliftment their life. They have just converted their mind, they have converted their entire ritual traditions. Now everything is very only available with a very symbolic way. They have lost their philosophy gradually. So this person who was very, I think at the age of 50, he was very apprehensive that how we can preserve all those traditions, because we don't know anymore that what was our original traditional system, what was our traditional social system, how we used to perform in a ceremony. So this itself has given me that how this conversion actually destroying or damaging the indigenous culture or the very original culture of every Vanavasi. And this is the one example I'm sharing with you. But if you visit other societies or other Vanavasi or Janajatis, you will see the same kind of experiences. So I think I have I have given responded to the Subhash Yadav. I think he's satisfied with my answer. And if you want to know more about it, I think my email is always be available for all kinds of connectivity. So I would like to be in touch if you really want to have a serious work on this aspect. So yeah, thank you.
Sumanaspati Garu wants to speak.
Thank you. That was a very wonderful presentation, Professor. I just wanted to know how much of the sacred mythologies and historical narratives, you must be having bards, no, for your communities, the Bodos, singers who tell your
Reddy sir,
mythology.
I am not from Bodo community. I'm from Dimasa community. Yeah.
All right, all right. Yeah, but many communities in that area must be still having their bards. How much of the traditional folklore or mythologies or sacred literature has been documented, and how much remains to be done in your area?
Well, if I talk about my area, well, there are lots of research has been going on. Even I myself is trying to collect all those documents, and as I said, that I'm trying to getting those recorded versions, from all the elderly people who still have these memories in their mind about the folk culture and about their traditions. So this is something which is ongoing work that is happening. But yeah, happening. But there are again another set of people, who are trying to preserve those knowledge and culture, but then again with a very separatist mindset. So the narrative is itself I find very problematic. Is no dearth of knowledge, there is no dearth of informations, but the narrations, that the approach is something which is more challenging than anything. Yeah.
There is one question from Aditi ji. So, do these Vanavasi groups consider themselves as different imports castes? Do they use the term after conversion or even prior? Or how do they identify themselves? Do they identify themselves as Hindu groups or non-Hindu groups? Or what is their own self-identification? How do they identify themselves?
You can ask Aditi. I mean, I myself come from that group, right? So I think my also talk give you another. I think somewhere partially I've answered to your questions. How I see myself, whatever I said today, is something in the replica of some people of my community, or I myself what I've experienced throughout. It's a self gift. See, about you said about like so do these Vanavasi groups consider themselves as different castes? They have. See, these castes do not please, stick to this caste, race, religion. This is what our model, modern social thinker has turned up to. Whenever we try to understand our Indian society, all they understood is caste, race, and religions. But we haven't studied it as a very social cultural point of view. We never studied in a civilizational point of view. So the very narrative itself, it's a very challenging, itself is a very confusing. But if you ask me, I would say that I come from a Dimasa community, which has a long traditions of dynasty, which is a long traditions of ruling that part of, India. I think I would like to share one of the once a capital of Dimasa kingdom is Dimapur. It's a ruined now city. It used to be a city at that point of time, talking about the 12th, 13th centuries. So we see our society in a very developed society, not as stick to any, caste, religion, and class, but yeah, the social system, the framework, which is clan-based, we have a clan system. I think this is only I can say right now to Aditi. I hope that I have responded to your question.
Even if there are few more questions, we can take them up later because we have to move to Dr. Shivaramakrishna ji, who was not able to get connected because of technology issues. Now let me introduce Dr. Shivaramakrishna Garu. Dr. P. Shivaramakrishna ji is the founder of an NGO called Shakti. He went to the tribal area of East Godavari as a teacher. He joined Usmania University for doctoral study on tribal knowledge systems. Later, he started NGO Shakti with his former students in Rampachodavaram. Shakti checked deforestation through public interest litigations, forced government to distribute land records to tribals and conduct verification of encroachers. Shakti was engaged by the government to train barefoot land problem surveyors and also prepare customary boundary maps for recognition of the same under Forest Rights Act. Government entrusted to Shakti preparation of headmasters and headmasters handbooks for teaching tribal culture and training manuals for the members of Panchayat Raj institutions implementing PISA Act. The work of Shivaram Krishna ji Telugu Girijana Sahityam has been published by Sahitya Academy, Delhi. I should also share my own personal aspect with Dr. Shivaram Krishna Garu. He was the batchmate of my elder brother Bada Bhai, and because of that, I have always considered him to be my Bada Bhai. And I always remembered him as someone who used to come to Hyderabad to fight litigations in behalf of tribal people. When I met him in Hyderabad, also, our meeting was in the context of his visiting the court for fighting the litigations in behalf of tribals only. Some of them were patent issues, some of them were land document issues, and all that. So, thank you very much, sir. My elder brother, thank you very much. Please, Dr. Shivaram Krishna Garu, please enlighten us with your vast experience of working among the forest dwelling people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naagara Garu, for giving me this opportunity, and my colleagues, panelists, Somanaspati, Sachinarayana, and others. I speak particularly, I'm a folklorist, so I did a lot of work on tribal culture. But in this present address, as already Naagara Garu introduced, I elaborate on tribal revolts. Tribal revolts are known as their fight for Jal, Jungle, Jameen, that is land, forest, and water. So tribals are forest dwelling communities, and forests are in inaccessible areas. When British started intruding the areas, tribals revolted as usual, So then after subjugating the tribals, the British government introduced, a different kind of administrative system, which still today we are following. The same land records, cadastral maps, that is survey numbers. Every village, every piece of land has a survey number. Every forest, all forests are reserved. So reserve boundaries, and the reserve boundaries are notified by reserve blocks and compartments. All these things, and even for water also, they introduce localization, command area, catchment area, and all these things. All these things are totally new to the tribals. They don't know. They have a customary boundary maps, understanding, and they know local communities used to gather and resolve their problems. And it is local administration and local thing. When British entered, they opened the markets, land market. They encouraged land transfers. For that, they started registration, land transfer registration offices. So when they started giving titles to the lands, so people started, purchasing lands, encroaching into lands, and which is Latin and Greek to tribals. First the British introduced the literacy culture, writing records, everything should be recorded. Tribals are known as, they are defined as pre-monetary, pre-literary, and prehistoric. Pre-monetary means tribals by and large follow barter system, and pre-literary, they don't have records, written records, and they don't maintain any written records. Only community will sit, decide, and that will be accepted by the community. No recording is necessary. And prehistoric, the so-called history of inscriptions, royal commands, and all these things, they are not aware of all these things. So they are not familiar with all these things. In such a society, the British government introduced land records and all these things. And when land transfer is allowed, the purchasers, lowland people used to go there and purchase the lands, and they used to give loans. And so to realize the depth, they used to go to the court, get a decree, and attach the property. All these systems were introduced right in 1830 itself. So it is a threat to the jungle Jamin ownership of tribals. Tribals revolted, and every time, though they are subjugated, particularly in Andhra Pradesh, Rampa rebellion is very famous. From which area I work, started my work, Rampa area, that is Rampa rebellion, and later, it culminated into the martyr Rampa, one famous revolutionary who went to tribal area. He is Alluri Sitaramarasu in support of tribals. So this movement, of armed rebellion went on for nearly 200 years. Ever since British started intruding to tribal areas, they were against this system of titles, courts, and all those things. There is a famous saying, tribal can enter into the tiger's den, but he will not dare to enter into the court in Rajahmundry. That is the popular saying. So this was the situation. Even today, we don't know what is land record. They are not taught in the school education. We don't know the survey numbers. When we want to sell our property, then we find out survey numbers. So what is the survey number of our area? So community numbers and all these things, So in such a situation, tribal naturally resorted to armed rebellion. So it went on after 1935, by and large, the armed rebellions were suppressed, democratic process started. Democratic process, British introduced some kind of legislative system, legislative councils. They allowed elections and all those things, So on one side, the democratic process, like participating in elections and all those things, from 1920 it started, So electing some members, they become members of legislative councils and all those things, and satyagraha movements and non-cooperation movement. These are Gandhian movements, whereas tribal movements are armed revolts because they don't know all those things. They started, so opposing in a militant way. So with bows and arrows and all those things. So after independence, so what is ignored during the freedom struggle? This literacy of land records, this literacy of forest boundaries, forest administration, still it is not part of our education. So it is totally ignored. After independence also, what happened, Telangana armed struggle, very popular armed struggle has taken place in Telangana area, Telangana state of present Telangana state. So one Komaram Bhimu, he was the person who rallied the Gond community and all tribals of Adilabad district. He opposed the alienation of land. So through Patwaris and all those things, So the Gond Rajas also engaged Marathi Patwaris. So because Raja wants to collect the tax, some accountant is necessary. These accountants are Patwaris, Vatandaris, and all those people. They used to, tribals don't know all these things, So by mistake or by intentional, lands were given to non-tribals and all those things, So tribals started opposing. So this in Telangana movement, so it was so active in 1948. So later this Telangana armed struggle was also suppressed, So some of the young people who participated in Telangana armed struggle, when Telangana armed struggle was subjugated, some of the young people went into the tribal areas. They started, armed struggle. So which they have given up, which was given up in Telangana area. These people migrated, young people. So popular names are Kondapalli Sitaramaya, Chandrapulla Reddy, Termal Nagireddy, and all these are great people, So they went into tribal areas. They continued the armed struggle. So fighting with the government and all those things. So one of the famous movement in Andhra Pradesh is Srikakulam revolt. Srikakulam revolt, it went on. It is a Naxalite movement. All the armed struggles led by Naxal are called Naxalite movements. This Srikakulam movement, so this Srikakulam movement is a liberation movement. They named it as a liberation movement. They want to do away with the government administration and all those things. And they forced the revenue officers who came to settle the land to leave the area. So during the Srikakulam armed struggle, it was recorded by Anthropological Survey of India in a seminar. Articles were published in 1982. So that is tribal movements, tribal revolts and movements. So in that literature, they mentioned at the time of Srikakulam armed struggle, there were 13 militant squads. So rallying the tribals all over Andhra Pradesh, combined state of Andhra Pradesh. So all these people opposed the land survey and all those things. So then government has suppressed all the, engaged the police, deployed the police. They went ahead with the land settlement. So that land settlement by and large went in favor of non-tribals. So because tribals are not aware of all these things, and moreover police force is there, and all these militant leaders, so were against the land survey titles and all those things. That was the situation. So that was in 82. So at that point of time in Telangana, there was a movement, Indervelli movement, which is called Indervelli Rebellion. That was also led by these Naxalite movements. Naxalite movements in Andhra Pradesh, they are known as Raitu Kuli Sangham movements. Raitu Kuli Sangham means Rait is peasant and Kuli is laborer, and Sanghams. They named all these tribal these groups as Raitu Kuli Sanghams. So in Indervelli, while Indervelli rebellion was taking place, when it is suppressed, I was submitting my thesis on tribal folklore in Usmania University. Most of you know this Usmania University is the cradle of Naxalite movement. So I stayed in the hostel for 4 years, and every room has a student union affiliated to these armed movements. So that was the following, that was the emotions, So this movement was suppressed, Indervelli movement. Then I started inquiring, in a democracy, armed struggle, it is very difficult. Underground movement in a democracy is very difficult. So why people are ignoring this kind of understanding land records and all those things? Why that literacy is not introduced? We have a famous anthropologist, Hemendorf, who was engaged by the Nizam, ruler of Hyderabad, erstwhile ruler of Hyderabad, and he engaged with Hemendorf. Hemendorf introduced school training, teachers training centers and all those things. But he did not introduce the literacy of land records and forest management systems in that literacy. He was advisor of Nizam. He was in such a position, he can influence, because of their innocence, unaware of land records and all those things, but it went on. Nobody questioned, nobody asked, even when our famous chief minister, N.T. Ramarao, when he abolished the Patwari system, Patwaris are village accountants, who maintain land records. When he abolished, no communist party, nobody asked, you introduced this land literacy in education at primary level, so that every person will know. He will be able to check when he become an adult, he will able to check the misuse of the local administration, against the tribals and other correct word, nobody asked. So then I was reading the literature of Mao, Lenin, and all these things because of my curiosity. I understood, this Mao Zedong of China, he introduced the barefoot doctor system. He introduced in primary level the literacy of land records, community. There used to be communes. The communes used to calculate the levy from the peasants, and so all this whatever is necessary to deal with the state, that kind of education was introduced by Mao in primary level itself. Mao is against higher education. So he introduced this. Why this is not happened? So why this is not happening in India? Why Maoists are not taking up this barefoot doctor system, barefoot land surveyor system? And I was questioning in student organizations in Usmania University and elsewhere also. But because the pitch is very emotional. Everybody is against and everybody wants to ventilate their anger, frustration, and all those things. So then I thought, so to demystification of all these things, so land records and all those things, I should take the lead. Then I started this NGO Shakti. So I went back to tribal area and I mobilized my students. By the time my students entered into intermediate degree and all those things. So with them I started Shakti. So because of my student following, all the officers, were after me to implement their programs, like cultivate fruit orchards and all those things, vocational training centers and all those things. So then I used to ask them, you give me land records and all those things. So I got access into land records. I developed an understanding into land records. My first litigation was against a plywood factory which is felling wild mango trees in the forest. So then I came to know what are felling rules, what are all those things. Within 3 years, I was arrested between, for removing liquor shops and all those things because I have a lot of following. I was a famous teacher. And by the time I returned with my doctoral study, and all the officers are curious to know about tribal culture. Every evening, we used to have a sitting and discussing about tribal knowledge, all those things. So with that kind of direct and indirect support, so within 2-3 years, I was thorough with the administrative system of revenue, forest, and police. What is available, what is non-available, what are the conditions, what is summon and warrant, because I was arrested thrice, so I used to understand, whole process, within 3 years, I was able to. So then this movement expanded to West Godavari and common districts also. All my colleagues, started, so their career opportunities, I started them asking to take over the adjacent districts. And so with this knowledge, I asked them, you work in those districts, mobilize people, these are the land records. And fortunately, in land records, so in Andhra Pradesh, there is a protective legislation, the burden of proof is with the non-tribal. Any non-tribal, who is having land, he has to prove that he did not purchase land from tribals. And even in Andhra Pradesh till today, in both the states of Andhra and Telangana, the land transaction, land transfer is, there is no purchasing or selling of land. It is totally freezed in tribal areas. That is called 1/70 amendment to the Land Transfer Regulation Act. So that was the situation, and I used that situation and the goodwill with the officers. I got access into the records. All my colleagues, so used to thoroughly understand all those things. So they started, expanding the work to West Godavari and Khammam. So within 10 years, this became a very movement. So we used to go to the villages. Whatever records we are having, we used to read out in the villages. In somewhere, in some villages, the tribals were the grandfathers of the present generation. They were the Pattadars. But today tribals don't know. Their grandfathers were Pattadars. They have a memory, their grandfather used to cultivate certain piece of land. But they don't know his name is in the records. Nobody told them. I'm the first person, fortunately, in Madras presidency, in 1930, government printed land records in Telugu, local language. So I used to take the records and tell your grandfather was Pattadar. His name is there in this record. If you are proud of your heritage, if you are also Ijjat ka sawal, you get the land. I used to encourage them. So I used to ask the officers, officer can solve one or two problems, not this kind of whole scale problems, it is very difficult for any officer. So because they stay for 3 years, 2 years and all those things, So it became a movement in West Godavari and Khammam districts. It became every village, used to ask for land records, go and grab the land and chase the non-tribals, bow and arrows. There are a number of thousands of criminal cases and all those things. We used to provide legal aid to the tribals. Tribals understand what is summon, what is warrant, and how to get bail. If it is a bailable offense, 2 sureties should be ready. And I became, this is a general knowledge for the tribals. Tribals, if you are sent to jail, you will be fed properly and they will take care of you. And if it is a bailable offense, you can come back and on the same day. So this kind of confidence, we instilled a confidence among the tribals, it is not an end game. Once you are arrested, you have every right, to know and all those things. So the movement continued. At last, by the time, after 10 years, I'm very popular in secretariat, the sub-collectors, collectors, DFOs who worked with me, they became secretaries, giant secretaries in the secretariat. And they were in favor of me. Yeah, really, this is land records. We don't know people. When people don't know land records, we are also unable to help them. So now a movement has come demanding distribution of land records. We should support this movement. We should not brand this movement as an Naxalite movement. This movement is totally different. This movement is a right, demanding a right to participate in the administrative process, a informed participation. So that support, so after 2-3 years, in spite of that support, moral support, indirect, direct support, hundreds of cases, thousands of tribals were arrested. And when I was arrested in one village, tribals went to the police station, and the police vacated the police station, and the tribals went to the Tahsildar office and taken the Tahsildar office as a hostage and gave ultimatum to the government. If you don't release Shakti people, and your Tahsildar will be no more. And the government understood the mood of the people, and immediately by evening, they released me in the same village where we were arrested. So this happened several times, when there is abuse of power by police and whatever reasons, So that goodwill, constructively, and people in the administration was very confident, okay, it is Shakti means they are thorough with the land records. They have these mistakes were committed since generations, Now they are asking to rectify those mistakes. So then the government invited me to secretariat, all revenue officers, top officers, all tribal welfare officers. We entered into agreement and how to distribute land records in advance, how to conduct verification. That is a historical thing. In 97, the first time land records in India were distributed to the community in West Godavari and Khammam districts, and it became a movement. And but the tribals are first generation literates. To catch up with the speed of government, it is very difficult. Government, gives a certain time. Within 15 days, we want to finish this whole process. But the first time, tribals are exposed to land records, it takes time for them to understand, to stake claims, to counter the claims of non-tribals or lawyers working for them and all those things. But a beginning was made. Later, after some time, after 2-3 years, the government sent me to Srikakulam, the Maoist area, the Naxalite area. So designating me as a barefoot land problem surveyors to train barefoot land. So what Mao positively introduced, so that same designation was given to me. So the rural development department asked my team to go to Srikakulam and train the tribals, in land records, cadastral maps, survey numbers, for reserve boundaries. That is the beginning of the participatory and understanding. And later government introduced, we have a Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty. It is known as Indira Kranti Patham. It was started by Rural Development Department in 2002. Chief Minister was the chairperson of that secretary. So in that SERP, they introduced, land surveyors. They trained the tribals in land survey. They engaged, they recruited some lawyers also. So though till today, the land records, land literacy, forest knowledge, forest management knowledge, and police knowledge is not part of primary education. Some beginning was made by government, to train the tribals as community surveyors and engage them for the benefit of people. But what happens, when anybody joins government, he works against community. Because bureaucracy and government both are two sides of the coin. The elected government, so they want to status quo. They don't want to change the system, overnight. They want to disturb the system also. And bureaucracy also like that. They follow the same system here. If people started asking questions, they don't like, bureaucracy, authoritarian. They think, people should beg them. So collector garu, varu, viru, and all these things. So but we have undone and we have snatched their hold and monopoly on land records and forest management systems and all those things. So this work is going on. When government introduced, this kind of in 2006, the government of India introduced an act, that is a recognition of Forest Rights Act. So in that act, in that preamble, government has admitted it is a historical injustice not regarding the tribal positions. So since generations, since colonial times, now we want to rectify that. We want to recognize the tribals community uses and individual uses. So because at that point of time, the tribals, as I was telling in the beginning, tribal follow their customary boundaries. They have up to this point, this Nala, this Pahad is our area, and up to this area, this is a neighbor's area. They have their mental maps. They have in their mind, they know. So where their boundary starts, where their boundary ends, and all those things. If there is any trespass, they will resolve. So the government of India wanted to revive the process of customary boundary and all those things. At that point of time, nobody knows what is customary boundary. They engaged me. So to train the officers and the community also to prepare the customary maps, to recognize, to identify the community uses and biodiversity areas, rich areas, and all those things. That is going on. So that is how a armed struggle, a pre-independent movement, so which is ignored. The pre-independent movement, whether Gandhian movement or Naxalite movement, armed struggles, this kind of land literacy, understanding land records, understanding, deal with the state, how to engage the state, how to rectify the mistakes of the bureaucracy and at local level. And this beginning, I'm very fortunate I could made it. So everywhere this kind of movements should understanding land records. Now literacy is high, even in tribal areas, so everybody school dropouts are there. And if you see the qualification of education level of patwaris or forest guards, they are 10th class intermediate people only. It is not difficult to understand land records and forest working plans or forest notifications. Only simple thing is we have to apply their mind. Nowadays, this thing is nowadays the government wants to introduce GIS, GPS. And that is technology is penetrating, and we should understand. Otherwise, who is technologically superior, they will cheat more. So now we are training the tribals, in using GPS, 4G. In 4G, the cell phones, there is a mechanism, there is a tool to measure your land, to understand your land. You can report from your cell phone the complaint. But it is not popularized. Our Prime Minister says, minimum government, maximum governance. Maximum governance means everybody. So to ensure that everybody should understand the government systems, and the government also should cooperate them. And but ultimately, government or bureaucracy or those who are in position of the properties, they don't leave. They don't leave unless you force them to distribute knowledge, to share the knowledge. So this is my title, the presentation of my title says, tribal revolts, lessons to be learned to empower the tribals. This is the simple. So I made it very personal, but so in the sense, how we progress from one step to another, but this should go on. So, and now the problem all over the world is climate change. How to mitigate the impact of climate change, and how to bring down the 2 degrees Celsius, this heat, and all those things. For that, so the government, all the governments, under UNESCO leadership, they want to bring down 2 degrees Celsius down. They want to go to pre-industrial age. They want to minimize the intervention of the fossil fuel, use of fossil fuels and all those things. To ensure that, we should go to pre-colonial area, and we should then pre-colonial systems, they are still prevalent among tribals. So this is the right opportunity for us to understand the tribal knowledge systems, tribal management systems, and whatever shortcomings are there, and we can rectify them, and forge a new partnership with the government, and in helping not only the tribal communities, not only the all over the world, this climate change, mitigation of all these things, every time, a prime minister went to Paris, Glasgow, and all those things, he is promising to do many things. But that is possible when you involve the people, by and large, introducing all the government systems, government tools of governance, which Jal Jangal Jamin, all these tools in the primary level itself. Then by the time a person becomes adult, he will be thorough with all these things. He will check. So it is observations, I conclude my presentation. I thanks once again all the panelists, and particularly Nagbhushan Garu for giving me the opportunity and his introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Namaste. Actually, in my introduction today, I was already mentioning how pre-modern rulers were more friendly to the tribal communities, and tribal communities were less troubled during the pre-modern rule of what they called feudal kings, the medieval kings. With the introduction of colonial rule only, this literacy dominated administrative system entered, and the blind following of the colonial rules of land records, colonial rules of imposing the British methods and English methods of proof of land record, onus lying on the part of tribals rather than on non-tribals. All these were introduced by the British, and gradually, as Shivaram Krishna ji was rightly showing, gradually we are realizing those mistakes committed earlier, and through policy after policy, we are undoing the mistakes done by blindly following the British colonial policies of modernity. And as Shivaram Krishna ji rightly pointed out, this is the worldwide dilemma with regard to forest dwelling communities, whether to allow them to learn modernity and help them to deal with the modern situation, or to preserve and conserve their traditional culture. Shivaram Krishna ji has taken the course that they should be educated about the modern situation, and we should help them to deal with modern predicament, the modern problems. So that he has practically been doing for decades. The entire Indian society has to be grateful to such barefoot workers, we should say, who are actually working on the ground. In behalf of the entire Indian society, grateful to you, sir, for your grand work, for bridging between the modern situation and the traditional situation of the forest dwelling communities, Vanavasi communities. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to the next speaker, Dr. Ram Shankar ji. Dr. Ram Shankar ji has completed a PhD in management from Department of Management Studies, Pondicherry University, in the area of human resource management and organizational behavior. He also holds MBA degree with specialization in HRM from University of Mysore and MSc degree from University of Madras. He has been awarded Dr. S. Ramakrishnan Postdoctoral Fellowship for the year 2014-15 by UGC, and he has done his postdoctoral research from Pondicherry University. He has also done FDP in management from IIM Ahmedabad in the year 2018. He is a recipient of UGC Rajiv Gandhi National Fellowship for the year 2010-11 and qualified UGC NET in management. His area of teaching and research interest include human resource management, human resource development, organizational behavior, and business research methods. He has published research papers in the Australian Business Deans Council and Scopus ranked journals, and also presented papers in the national and international conferences. He chose the topic for today to specially focus on Oromo community and the Vanavasi traditions of Oromo community. Over to you, sir, Dr. Ram Shankar Oromo.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. Yes.
Yeah. Esteemed panelists and dear participants, today I'm going to talk about the Vanavasi traditions and cultures of India, and my focus will be on Oromo community. And before starting my presentation, my talk, I would like to tell you about how this leftist and missionaries, how they are doing their propaganda, and how they are converting our people to different taking our people from belief system what we have presently. Many of the speakers have talked about various terminology used for Janjatis, like Vanavasi or tribal, right? So this also give one unique identification to our community, right, Janjatis, and this is also strength for the community. And same time, this our opponents right? Leftist and missionaries, they use this, identifications, right, to bring our people from their faith, right? They remove from the faith. Like once we say, right, we are a tribal, right? They try to project we are a non-Hindus, right? We are not a believer of Hinduism or follower of Hinduism, right? This is their propaganda or their narrative. We normally see, right? If somebody say they are tribal or Janjati or scheduled tribe, right? They say that why you are following Hindu culture, right? Why are you following Hinduism, right? Why are you praying to God? Why are you celebrating Hindu traditions, festivals? Right? These are the things that are going on. And my experience also many times, right? People question me also, right? And why are you following this, right? And we have to, as a society, we have to very careful about it, right? And mostly that educated people, mostly educated people are mostly brainwashed, right? As ma'am from JNU also talk about it, right? You can see like propaganda like Tukde Tukde gang, right? All these things started from JNU, and this is the breeding ground for brainwashing our community. Since I'm also in working teaching in university here, but here also we can see, right, educated people are mostly brainwashed, right? And they are also leaving their culture, right, their traditions, their belief system, and somewhere the majority what people are talking, right, they're also trying to go with the majority, right? They are not able to stick with their own belief system, right? They don't have a confidence. Instead they are following that crowd, and people are feeling shy or hesitate to say themselves they are a Sanatani Hindus or following a Sanatan Dharma, right? They may be following in the home, right, in their home and all, but outside they are projecting they are not a Hindu, right? This is these are the narratives are going on. And when we talk about Vanavasi traditions and cultures of India, though I'm from management, recently I have also interacted with people and also able to participate in some seminars related to this topic. So I could also understand and learn other Janjati culture, right? Like Janjati Santals are there, Gonds are there, right? Bhils are there. In couple of platforms, I could able to hear them and interact with them, right? Everybody, we are in the same understanding and viewpoint that we have a common culture and traditions, that that sanskar we call it, right? Different sanskar we call it, like whether it's a janm sanskar, mrityu sanskar, right, or vivah sanskar, right? These are the customs or traditions what we have, right? These are it's like a common in every Janjati community. There will be some changes maybe, otherwise no differences, otherwise overall it will say it's the same, right? So when we talk about Urao community, right, this is also one of the largest tribal community of India, and and this spread around Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, Chhattisgarh. These are the states you will find most of the Urao communities. And the language what we speak, we call it a Kuduk language. The language is called Kuduk language, and this language very different from other language, right? You can't find any similarities with this Urao language with other languages. Yes, there are some similarities Urao languages with South Indian languages, because I lived in South India, I studied from South India. I could understand Tamil, Telugu, or Malayalam and all, right? Little bit of exposure. So I could see some similarities of the languages also, even same meaning of the words, right? And the population is around 37 lakhs in India, and this Urao community also migrated to different other countries also, right? Nepal also we are there, and Bangladesh also, there's a number of populations are there, and Tibet also, Urao communities are there. And I could hear in some of these conferences, right? During British period, this Urao communities also migrated to Mauritius and other countries, when these people they taken this to work in different countries. So Urao communities also migrated to other countries also. And everybody is talking about, right, especially this communist narrative, leftist narrative, right? They're talking about, tribals are not Hindus, right? But no, they are not going, going to they're not understanding the belief system, right? Somebody speaking, I'm not able to hear. Reddy sir is speaking. I could, okay, right? So no, they just since we are no tribal community or scheduled tribe community, right, they try to project we are not Hindus, but they are not understanding. When we go to the no base no base of this community, right, their integral the cultural practices, right, traditions, then you will understand what is Urao community. So my idea is to tell you how the Urao communities, their culture, their traditions and all, right. So in our Urao community, one of the integral practices is Gotra system, right? Gotra system is there in Hindu, our Sanatan Dharma and Hindu Dharma. Gotra, every even from every Indians or Hindus, they follow throughout our India, right? Whether they are the different languages and all. The Gotra system. So we also have Gotra system in our Urao community. So we have a Gotra, but given different names, name of animals, right? The names of animals are given to different Gotra to identify people with a different Gotra. And the purpose of Gotra is also similar as other culture and other languages, other Indian community, right? So idea is Gotra is to identify a different sect or group, and this and also we follow when the marriage happens, right? We use this Gotra to identify, and we don't marry in same Gotra, right? And this Gotra is identified with some names, maybe some natural, like we'll talk about, right? Nature, some plants name, or also with animals name will be there. So when we talk about Janma Sanskar, right? Once the child born in Urao family, right, in tradition. So not only Urao, in all this tribal community, right? Santal, Gonds, Bhils, and almost we have a similar kind of practices system, right? So one is, right, Mundan, we say, right, Mundan. No, tonsure we do, right? Tonsure, removing hair is there in Sanatan Dharma. So this is also practiced in Urao community, and when child born, then maybe days may be different in different communities. We normally follow 1 week, 9 days after that there is a tonsure, this thing, that removing of hair. So this is very prominent practice in Urao community, right? And also during this Mundan ceremony, what we do is we try to see this child's link with ancestors, right, in family members or ancestors whom he belongs, right? So that also some practices is there to see, right? So what we do that we use a plate or and put a water and put a rice and and some grass on it, and see that rice in different names, the child name and other maybe one by one we'll put it, my grandfather, grandmother, grandparents or uncle. Slowly we'll see that where that rice go and touch with that. So we'll say that he belongs to that. So that is the practices we have. Try to connect, to see the connect with our ancestors or or his or her relative, and this goes throughout the days till this match happens. So this is one of the practices we have, like. And also, like when a child born, after that 6 months we don't feed any, only mother used to feed a milk, right? No food and all, like any Hindu culture, I think. First we, after 6 months, that we have that tradition of feeding of rice or food to the children. So this is a practice also is there in our community. And also practices there, right? Piercing of ear, right? Like Sanatan Dharma we see, right? Ear piercing is very common in our Sanatan Dharma. So in Urao community also, this practice is also followed, but slowly many of these practices are eroding. People are slowly forgetting, or people are maybe because of modernizations, and moving to cities and all, right? They are going away from the these traditions and all. And after this birth, next sanskar, we call it a Vivaha sanskar, right? In Vivaha also, in marriage ceremony also, We also have practices like any Sanatan Dharma. People follow from Sanatan Dharma, like the marriage is fixed based on the moon, following the moon, right? When the moon is rising, then only the marriages will happen. When the moon, no, the phases of decreasing, no, we don't have a marriages. So this is one of the practices, and normally this, no, month of Feb and March marriages conducted. This is the month, and also in, no, month of April, this is the time. And if you see that marriage, this custom of marriages, right? And no, same like any other Hindu marriages, right? We also go, no, like Bharat system is there, right? Like North India and all very common. We also go to bride's home. No, marriages will happen in bride's home only, and this groom's family and, you know, the relatives will go to bride's place, and the marriages will happen there. And there also in marriage, so we have a tradition, custom of conducting marriage in early morning, right? In the dawn, we used to conduct the marriage. And since no, people are no, forgetting our culture and traditions, slowly they are also, you know, breaking these traditions, you know, and arrange marriage based on their convenience, right? Nowadays, like traveling to different places, some and other safety issues and all, right? They don't want to travel in night, and, you know, early morning marriages sometimes risky traveling and all. So that's why they are changing the timing and all. But traditionally, Urao marriages are happening in early morning, like and I, as already I said, right, same Gotra marriage won't happen. Like any Sanatan Dharma, same Gotra marriage won't happen. In Gotra also, there are so many other subsects, sub-Gotras are there. That also they will see, but there should not be a similar Gotra. And moving forward, right, and again in Urao community, these marriages won't happen between blood relations. One thing, Gotra also will see the blood relations. They will see, right, whether is there any blood relation between, bride and groom. So that also they will verify before the marriages when the talks happen. And most important thing is, in Urao marriages or any Janjati marriages, right, whether it's a Santal, Gond and Beans. So we have a culture of mandapa, right? Any Sanatan Dharma marriages, right? We have a mandapa. We make marriages will happen in mandapas. Mandap. So we also have a mandap, and we call it madwa, right? We in our language we call it madwa, and Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, you will find this traditions there. Even these people from Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, whether it's a tribal or non-tribals, everybody have this culture of madwa, right? Like mandap will make, and this mandap also in Urao community culture. So we will have what we'll have, like we will have trees, right? Trees we will put in all the corners of the mandapas, and we will have 9 trees, branches of trees. 9 branches of trees we will plant it in all the corner, and I think that resembles the 9 planet, right? So that is maybe our knowledge system, right? And what we follow in Hinduism of 9 planets. So that is a 9 madwa will be there. Means 9 madwa, 9 planets, represents 9 planets, and a center of this this what we call it madwa. Also, we will have some specific plants. We will have like bamboo and tendu and siddha. These are some plants and trees. That branches will put it. And idea is to do a puja there, and tying with sacred threads, and the puja will happen. Normally, like same system like in Hinduism, we have a priest is there, right? Pandit and priest. We also have this. We call it in our way. We also have a pahan is there, right? So they will do a puja and all, right? And another main practices in Urao community is applying haldi. Right, we consider it auspicious, right? Applying haldi in any Hindu marriages, that is without haldi ceremony won't happen marriages, right? Applying haldi to bride and also a bridegroom. So this practice also there in Urao community. And another thing is, right, the marriages of any Hindus in India without sindoor, right? Without sindoor, the marriages won't complete, right? We may have a different practices, like if you go to Bengal, right, the marriages will be though their Sanatan Dharma marriages will be different. Andhra Pradesh there will be different. Tamil Nadu, Kerala there will be different. but applying sindoor is very common in Hinduism. So in Urao community also, sindoor will be applied to a bride by the groom. This is one of the prominent practices, right? And I also came to know that when I was presenting this idea in another platform, right? So this bhumi pujan during the marriage is also very common in Hinduism. So we also have like dhela puja. Dhela means we call it a piece of stone or soil, right? But we call it a dhela, right? So that as a puja happen, right? So somebody from North India told me that no, they also have a bhumi pujan, right? Bhumi pujan will happen during the marriages. So in Urao community, the dhela puja will happen. The groom, they take the groom to the field, right? And they will do a puja, and that puja they will also do puja to Kul Devata, right? We have a practice of praying the Kul Devata or East Devata, we call it ancestors. We pray our ancestors, or Devata, Kul Devata, or also a village Devata, village deity, right? We call it Kul Devata or deity. So this practice is there in all the tribal community, and specifically Urao community is following very strictly this one. And moving forward, right? And another important aspect of this marriage is, right, when the marriages happen and the bride and groom, they face toward the east side, right? During the marriage, they will face toward the east side and they will apply the sindoor. So this is the practice. And moving forward, right, when we see that mrityu sanskar, right, those who are converted people, right, they don't follow this this sanskar and all, right? Mostly this Urao community people, they have converted to Christianity, right? So they follow completely Christian their practices of whether it's a janm sanskar, mrityu sanskar, everything. But Urao community, they follow when the person died, right? Any person died, right? So they giving the bath to the body, right? Any Hinduism, I think any Hindu community is doing, right? They do a puja of the body, right? And also give they feed the food to the person, right? Everybody from the family, then relatives, villages, right? Before that, they will after puja, they will feed a food to that person, right? Again, that the puja will happen like any Hindu puja, the puja will happen. Then the Urao community, we have a practice of this antim sanskar, we call it, right? So we burn the body, and also we buried the body. These two practices are there. For that also lots of views are there. Maybe after this invasion of this Mughals, right? People started burying buried the body. This also some stories are there. But in our community, both we burn the body and we also buried the body. And like when we buried the body also, right? Since I am from Andaman and Nicobar Island, right? We live in common culture, people with different religion and all, right? Same Urao people are also Christians and also Hindus, right? We stay together, we live together, right? When we see that their culture, how they are doing. But normally when we buried the body also, right? We same like we are doing like a Hindus, right? We don't put into boxes and all, right? We don't put into boxes and all, right? And do it. But the Christians, those who are converted, right, that they put in the boxes, they completely sealed it and they will do it. But Hindus, though we are buried the body, but we believe that that should touch mix with the soil, and mix with the soil. That's the idea. And right, and also when I don't know other communities and all, but when we buried the body, we put their head towards north direction. This is the practice we follow. And like any other Hindu community, we like Shraddh we conduct, right? Shraddh we conduct. Like we also call it a gami. We call it a gami or terai. So after 13 days, 10 days, and we also conduct Shraddh, giving food, for his name or her name, right? This is the practice we follow. And also, right, we only again another very unique kind of practices is there, and also that you can find in different other tribal communities are, right, after the death, right? So what we do is that we connect this the person who died with our ancestors, right? Those who are ancestors, those who died earlier, right? So we have a connect, we never leave them, right? Our all this puja and all, right, whatever puja we are doing in our community, right, whatever festivals we are celebrating, each time we pray for them, our no, our ancestors. So every time somebody has died, so we try to we connect with them and bring in the same that kind of family, right? So that we call it chai bhitrana, means bringing inside, right, their atma, we can call it, their spirit, we can call it, right, bringing inside to the home, right? One person died, right? So we have to bring that. For that we have a tradition, some puja and all, right? Make small huts, right, and make candle, diya and all. We do a puja, and we invite them, the person who died, to come to the home. And that is one culture is there, and that you can find in every tribal tradition. This is one thing. And also we believe in rebirth also. Not like we are not believing in the rebirth, right? That's also we have a practice, believing that person also take a rebirth after the death, right? So another, coming to the festivals, right? If you see the festivals of Urao community and also other tribal communities, right, there are very similar practice festivals are there, but names are different, right? Like uh, uh, like if you talk about Deepavali, right? Deepavali also very main festival of Urao community, right? But we call it a Sohrai, right? We call it a Sohrai. What other part of the India we call it a Deepavali, Diwali, right? We call it a Sohrai. And same way we celebrate in the same day when the Deepavali was celebrated, and we lamping the light, right? Lightening the lamp, lightening the lamp is diya, we call it, right? This is what the practices is there, right? We that. And also we believe that we also celebrate this Sohrai to honor, to welcome Sri Ramachandra when came back after this Vanavas, right? That's also linked with that. And during this Sohrai and Deepavali, right, we also give importance to our cattle, right? Especially the cow, cattle's cow, and we apply oils to cow, right? And next day we also do a puja to them, right? We say Lakshmi puja or Gau puja is very prominent. We do puja and we go through across the village everywhere, right, and feed all the cows. Everybody will feed all the cows. So this Lakshmi puja is, and Gau puja is also very important tradition of Urao community. That's why we also pray. And but what missionaries and communists to try to say, and those who are converted, they try, though they consume this this beef and all, right there, and try to justify that. But Urao community, we give lots of importance to Gau Mata. And and also Dashera, what we celebrate throughout the India, Dashera, right? We also celebrate a Dashera, right? And during the Dashera, we have one festival called Karma, right? Karma, one festival is there that celebrated twice. So we celebrated in Karma, right? Vijay Dashami, what we celebrate, right? Like we celebrate Dasai Karma. And Karma festivals also having its own traditions and all practices and all belief system is there, right? So Karma, what we do is that we one particular tree is there, Karma, so we take that branch, right? And that is also with all this tradition, this practice, what called following the procedures is there, right? Puja, we have to do puja and all these things, and with respect we have to bring the branch, and we have to stop it, what we do it, right, to one place and do puja and all. So that's very, very, very religiously we have to do it. But what converted people are doing nowadays, because they also try to show that they are following this Janjati culture or traditions, right? They also try to replicate all these practices, but they're not in true sense they are doing, right? It's like they are making fun of it, right? There is every puja part what we have in Hinduism and Sanatan Dharma, there is a process, right, following doing that. But what they do is that simply somebody will go and cut the trees and bring it and put in the church or somewhere, and they will do it. But for us to doing that, there should be a particular person doing pujas, fasting, after fasting, right, doing all this. After that only, with permission, they have to cut and bring it, right? And that is a Dasai Karma or Dashara we celebrate in the name of Dasai Karma. And this, what happens in this Karma puja is that mostly these girls, right, unmarried girls, they do a fasting, right? They do the fasting, and lots of other practices are there to be followed there. And they pray, whom they pray Shiv and Parvati, right? They pray Shiva and Parvati. That is a practice we have, right? Moving forward, right? Like Holi, what we celebrate Holi, and we call it Faggu. I think some places in North India we also call it a Fagun, right? Faggu is a holy festival. Same way we also celebrate, right? Burning Holi Dahan, we call it one day before, and next day playing with colors. This is also a practice in Urao community. And again, New Year, right? Every Hindu communities in India, we celebrate Hindu New Year, right? Same time like Tamil New Year is we have Andhra Pradesh New Year, Telugu New Year, Odisha New Year, Odia New Year, right? So also we also have a Sarhul Puja. That what New Year we call it Sarhul Puja, right? When we celebrate in the month of April, right? When this new flowers and leaves comes, right? That time only we, like other New Year celebration, we also do it. We call it a Sarhul Puja, right? In the month of April we celebrate, and what we do, we go to Sarna, right? I will explain what is Sarna in detail later, right? Because of the Sarna and all, lots of controversies and all going on, lots of narratives are going to set. But in Sarna, the place of worship we have, we have natural place of worship where we have trees, right? We have trees, a particular type of trees which you find in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, right? There only the puja will happen, Sarna puja will happen, and that is, we call it a Sarhul Puja, right? Now those who are converted also, they try to celebrate it as a Sarhul, but I don't know whether how much they will do a puja and all, because their religion belief they may not allow and accept it to do a puja in some other places and deities, right? This is one thing. Then also, in every tribal community, right? When we cultivate our farm growing, right? Cultivate. After that, we have a puja, right? So we also call it Tuzgo, right? Some people say, some places we call it a Naya Khani, right? After growing our this crops, right? We don't consume it without doing puja or giving to our deities, right? This is also very prominent in Urao community, right? After this cultivations, first we will do a puja, right? There is a puja celebrations, right? Then we will start consuming those this crops, right? So coming to the religious practices, like other part of India, so we also have a religious practices in Urao community. So like we call God or Bhagwan, Ishwar, right? So we call Dharmesh. God we called a Dharmesh, right? There is a different interpretation of that, right? So we call those who follow a dharma, right? Dharma ko dharan karne wala. So that's, I think, the concept. Dharmesh we call it. Bhagwan we call it a Dharmesh in Urao. And that also, Dharmesh also we refer to Lord Shiva, right? In Urao community, we believe, we follow Lord Shiva. We pray to Lord Shiva. I'll also give some of the examples, right? And in Urao community, like we used to keep we call it choti, right? What Brahmins are keeping, right? Choti, what we call it, and Janeu, we are wearing Janeu. So Urao community also, we also having these practices of keeping a choti. Choti normally, everybody normally in nowadays new generations they are not keeping. But if you go to villages or Chhattisgarh, remote areas, every Hindus, every Urao community people will keep a choti, right? That's a sign of belief system or Hinduism, right? We follow Hinduism. And Janeu also we are following the same way. We are also following Janeu and following the traditions. Not taking, those who are wearing Janeu, they will be not wearing taking non-vegetarian food or not taking alcohol and all. Following complete strict rules and regulations. Follow all this puja part. Eating habits and all. This is there. So also we also call it somewhere you might have heard about Bhagat. Right, Urao community, they write their name like I wrote my name as a Ramshankar Urao. Right, some people they write their name as a Bhagat also, right? And mostly in Urao community, we write name of Lord Rama with our name, right? At the end of the name, we will also have Rama, right? Like Suresh Ram, right? Jagdev Ram Urao ji, हमारे जो कल्याण आश्रम के संगठन मंत्री, right? Like Juvel Urao, right? his name is like Ram, but mostly the people will have a Ram also with the name. And instead of, and nowadays what people do, that Gotra, what we have, right? Different, like Lakada is there, right? Tiggi, Tigga, Kujur, right? These are the names you will heard sometime, no, surnames. But these are our Gotra system, Gotra. So normally those who are following Sanatan Dharma, or those who are really their Janjatis, right? We don't write in our names. But nowadays, no, Christians, they started writing, and now slowly Hindus are also started writing that. But that is our Gotra, which we should not supposed to write it, right? But those who are writing a Bhagat in their name, no, many places you might have heard the name of the Bhagat, right? They are like pujaris of our community, right? No, those always involved in puja part, right? So we call them a Bhagat, Bhakt, no, we call Bhakt. I think from that we got this Bhagat, but we call it a Bhagat. So they will be practicing religious practices and all. Okay, these are the these religious practices we have. And coming to the Sarna, everywhere nowadays discussions you will hear about Sarna, they try to say Sarna is a dharma, Sarna religion, try to bring this Hindu community from Hinduism and say they are a Sarna dharma, separate religion they want, separate code and religion they want, they are demanding, right? But what is Sarna? Right, Sarna, if my family is, everybody all my grandparents and all, they tell about this. This is just a place of worship, right? The place of worship where we have trees, we protect, like sacred groves are there, right? In India, you can find sacred groves everywhere, right? Sacred forest, you can say sacred groves, we can say, right? You even throughout the India, you will find that. So that same concept, we also have a Sarna, right? In Sarna, one of the oldest Sarna is there in Chhattisgarh, Gwalin Sarna, and and almost every Sarna we will have a sibling, right? Every Sarna we have a sibling, so we also praise Shiv and Parvati there. But what this leftists, they try to say that they try to project it, this communist, they try to project as a religion, right? To bring out people from Hinduism and try to give a new religion and slowly convert them to Christianity. So that is a narrative they are setting, like a Sarna is a religion, separate religion. But in Sarna, they don't know that we pray Lord Shiva and Parvati, right? And also, as I said, right, this in Sarna, the like pujari in any temples and all, right? This puja will be done by Baiga. We call it a Baiga or a Pahan, right? They will do the puja, and Baiga and Pahan, it's not only belongs to any, it can be anybody, can be Baiga and Pahan, right? In the village, because in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, the village is not only with one community, right? There is a various community, different tribals we are living together, right? And that Pahan can be from any of this community, and they will do the puja. So this is about how the Urao community and Urao culture and traditions, and how it is very close to a Sanatan Dharma, and every practices and what culture what we follow, right? That reflects Sanatan Dharma. And but those who are trying to destroy our culture, right, our religion, our country, right, they try to use this some of this uniqueness and try to project it that they are different, they are not a Hindu, right? So that's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Ram Shankar ji. Actually, you made my day. I'm so ecstatic to hear you. So actually, this was the kind of talk we were waiting to hear. Wow is the only word I can say.
Thank you.
Such a rich ethnography. It was a very detailed ethnography from your own community, and because you have the insider's understanding of your culture, and you also have the way to articulate it, how to connect it to the Hindu general Hindu practice. You made exactly what the symposium was looking for. Personally, from my side, among other things, I am a linguist and I study Dravidian linguistics particularly, and within Dravidian linguistics, Kuruk language is classified under the northern Dravidian subfamily within the Dravidian family. And it is classified along with Brahmi and Malto, the other two languages of the northern subfamily of the Dravidian family. Malto is spoken by Malavan community. Malavan people and Oromo people live together in closer hilly areas. This Malavan community people who speak Malto and the Oromo people who speak Kuruk are considered to be close relatives. They are considered to be cognate people. And the Brahmi speaking people who are currently in an area which is now Pakistan, originally northern part of India, northwestern part of India. These three together, Brahmi, Kuruk and Malto, are classified under the northern subfamily of the Dravidian family. That is the reason why probably you were able to see so many similarities of Kuruk with Tamil, Telugu and other Dravidian families. But the amount of rich sharing of Hindu culture that you were reporting from your ethnography, your observations, wow, really amazing. I think all the audience are sharing this experience in the same way as I am. They are all ecstatic about this. And there are some questions probably are addressed to the earlier speaker, Shivaram Krishna Garu. Swapna Sundari ji was asking whether documentation of land records was there during the British time or earlier to British time or not. Swapna Sundari ji, this problem of land record maintenance is not limited to the forest dwelling people. Let me tell you, during a revenue official called Sir Thomas Munro, who was in the Madras composite states, a revenue official, he made a law that whosever land records were not available, documented land records were not available, would be taken into the British government's land. That way, they acquired lakhs of acres of land in the southern part of Andhra Pradesh. That happened not to the tribals, that happened not to the forest dwelling people, that happened to the regular other city dwelling, village dwelling landlords. They lost their lands. This was because what Shivaram Krishna Garu was calling literate and non-literate culture, it was prevalent even among the villagers and city-dwelling people among Indians in the pre-modern times. Land record documentation started with the Mohammedan rule, but even that was not widely prevalent. Land records were not available. So it is not a specific forest-dwelling people problem. It was an entire non-European society problem all over the world. All over the world, forest-dwelling people did not have land records. And Indians were also not having land records. So that was taken advantage of by the European administration. But unfortunately, what Shivaram Krishna ji was pointing out is that post-independent Indian government also followed the same ridiculous, meaningless, absurd policy of demanding for land records from a non-literate society. Okay, and there is another interesting response, Ram Shankar ji, it is in response to you, and I think I would answer her. Aditya Singh ji is saying, I am from Chitrakoot, Uttar Pradesh. The things you told about Uravan tribe, all practices and related terminologies are same with my community also. May I assume that my ancestors may might have belonged to Uravan tribe or any other tribal culture. Aditya Singh ji, as a cultural anthropology person, let me tell you that this feeling, whenever it occurs among people, when they see a culture having shared culture, you get this feeling that probably I belong to this culture, probably I migrated from there, or they are migrants from me. This is in cultural anthropology. What they do is when they do comparative study and when they see similarities across cultures, they propose two interpretation models. One is model of diffusion. The other is unity of mind model. So this diffusion is one very immediate thing that comes to your mind. For example, when you see a Cinderella tale or a stepmother child tale somewhere in South America, you might think that that South American story, either it traveled to your area or your story traveled to South America. But actually, it is because of a shared culture all over the world. These indigenous cultures, forest dwelling cultures have shared similarities, not just limited to India. Across the globe, they have many similarities. But within India, what happened is the similarities with the Vedic culture, similarities with the other Hindu cultures, made them adopt those words, for example, Gotra for clan, in general English terminology of cultural anthropology researchers or students, they use the word clan. But why Oromo people adopted the word Gotra is that exactly clan and Gotra are one and the same. The animals and trees that Ramshankarji was mentioning, cultural anthropologists call them totems.
And sir, I want to add it here, and we call it a Gotra also.
Yeah, that is
Uramu
what
also
that is what
Gotra.
I'm saying
In
is
pronunciation is a Gotar, but same word is also there.
exactly. So that was interesting for me. Actually, I did not know this. When I teach anthropology to students, I used to tell them that clan is very similar to Gotra. But when I hear from you that it is called Gotra itself in a particular community, that's accurate. That is exact, and there is nothing wrong in using that word because they belong to the same category of social systems. So clan and Gotra are one and the same. To use Gotra for clan is also perfect. And all the sanskars and festivals and all those details that you were mentioning, amazing. Thank you very much, Ram Shankarji, for that amazing amount of ethnography and information from Oromo community. More output is required from your side. Please share this information in more platforms, and particularly the way traditional Oromo culture is getting affected by conversions and modernity. The way you are bringing it out, that is very important. Now we move on to Sri Sumanaspati Reddy ji, who was actually presenting a paper in our earlier conference also on Jati Puranas from the Gond community. And he is from All India Radio. He has been a senior official in All India Radio. Then he moved to Adilabad as a official of All India Radio. He used all that opportunity to continue his work on forest dwelling communities. He is an ethnographer, writer, translator, culture critic, photographer, radio broadcaster, and documentary filmmaker. He is an ethnographer, and after serving All India Radio as producer for 30 years, he is now completing many of his unfinished projects, including books and films on the cultures of the Adivasi communities of Adilabad. During his tenure at All India Radio, he has done significant work in creating audio archives of the fast disappearing folklore, songs, and mythologies of rural and Adivasi communities of Telangana. His Telugu short story Nishabdam figured in Katha 90, an anthology of the best Telugu short stories published in the year 1990. He has edited two books which feature Telugu translations of important research papers of the celebrated anthropologist Christopher von Porter Hammondorf. and his student Michael Ayar on the fortunes and cultures of the Rajgons of Adilabad. Today, Sri Samanaspati Reddy Garu is going to speak from his experience of working in the Adilabad tribal communities regarding appropriation and other aspects of their culture. Over to you, Sri Samanaspati.
Thank you, Nagaraj Garu. Namaste to all the viewers who might still be watching this very inspiring, exhilarating, but rather long seminar. People who are interested in this aspect of Indian society must be finding that they have found some beautiful insights and their understanding has expanded. I must thank Dr. Nagaraju for setting up the tone for this seminar in a beautiful way with his beautiful introduction, wherein he was talking about that in Indian society, forest dwellers or the forest was not an isolated, distant kind of a thing. It was a part of a continuum of different kinds of habitations or different kinds of ecologies or environments, which were part of the overall system or geography in which people lived. So, and so it is true that, yes, wherever you might be living in India, you just need to travel 50 or 100 kilometers, not more than that, and you will definitely be able to find a forest dwelling or Vanavasi community, because whether the forest still exists or not in that area. Also, if you give even a cursory kind of reading of Valmiki's Ramayana or Vyasa Mahabharata, you will see that forest dwelling communities were in touch with city dwellers and other societies on a continual basis. So the Munis had their ashrams where they taught all kinds of knowledge to people in the forest, and going into the forest, going to these ashramas, or traveling through the forest and appreciating the great bounties of nature was a very highly appreciated thing. And we will repeatedly find in Mahabharata and Ramayana how the beauties of the forests are extolled, and how the living of the forest communities is also often appreciated with great insight. Here and there we do have conflicts, and that is anyway part of life. And these conflicts are also quite faithfully represented in all our traditional itihasas or mythologies. But drawing on those conflicts without also appreciating how much harmony existed, how much collaboration existed, is the main reason for the kind of confusion we have today, which makes this kind of a seminar a necessity. Otherwise, it's a no-brainer. Vanavasi traditions are, of course, Hindu traditions. There's hardly any thing to argue about that. But that, in the last 150 years or so, since the British colonial period, questions could be raised about this, speaks about a very, very intelligent, very crafty, exploitative system, which got entrenched within the body politic of this country. And although the colonials have left, we still continue with those structures and the legacies which derive from that way of thinking, which includes religious conversion. Well, I would like to start by showing one graphic, which is from Michael York's translation of a mythological song, which is sung at Gond death ceremonies after the cremation is done and people return their home. Then the bard, who is a Toti or a Pardhan, sits there with his accompanist and narrates the creation myth and also how the Gonds originated. I would like Mr. Venu, Mr. Venu, please, can you show the graphic? the diagram? Hello?
Srinivas garu,
Mr.
Srinivas garu,
Srinivas, sorry.
Srinivas garu.
Yeah. Anyway, the graphic would appear very soon, I guess. It shows a mnemonic system. That is how the bard would remember a huge, very long, many hours of story.
Can you zoom in a little?
Yeah, I think he should.
Srinivas garu, can you zoom in?
Here are shown various aspects of nature.
Yeah, at the bottom there is this percentage. You can increase the percentage.
Is it all right now, sir?
No, no.
No,
I think
actually,
if you could zoom in and then scroll down from top to
Yeah.
bottom, that would be nice.
Okay.
Yeah, zoom into the top. Yeah.
at the bottom of the file, there is this percentage. You can go to maybe 200 or so. Yeah, now it is all right.
Yeah. So here, in the beginning, there was Niranjan or Nirankar, the Almighty, which represents and nothingness, a primordial void. And then came Prabhu Niranjan Guru, the unified master without sorrow or thought. Okay. So if you scroll down and show the various aspects, the various characters, the various aspects of nature which get personified in the narration, and the huge, very long process of how what we call as nature came into existence, how the earth came into existence, various continents came into existence, and then how various gurus, various gods came into existence before anything of human history begins, before the Gonds, about whose history this story is, to whom the story is being told, their history comes into play. Before that, we have a huge prehistory kind of a thing, which begins at the point of creation itself. So if you could scroll it down a little, this is just one layer of what is a three-dimensional way of remembering the various characters, the various forces and their relationships. Could you go down further? This is the mnemonic system. By using pebbles, the memory of this is continued within the Gond community about the original creation myth. Yeah. So you could find, as you can see, we can find many elements, or almost all elements represent something from the philosophic system, which is called as Hindu. So you would have Parabrahma, you would have Atma, Anatma, and if you go to the top, can you go to the top, please? No, full top. Yes. So you will have in between, you have the Vishnu, Brahma, and these gods getting created. Yeah, and even go up further. Yeah, how the Jnana Shakti came into being, how Adi Shakti came into being. Yeah, further up. Yeah, so how it was, there was darkness, and then from there a spring came, the waters came, the Panchatan Matras, the Panchatan Bhutas. So all these terms are, it looks as if we are looking at a Upanishadic text. Yeah. So that you can find this in a so-called Vanavasi or Adivasi or a tribal mythology. I think seizes the whole argument that they are not short of anything in comparison with the Hindu way of thinking or the Hindu religious way of thinking. In fact, they have a slightly different version of that. They have recreated a similar kind of thinking about existence into their own system, with the same motives, with the same metaphors, with the same kinds of terminology. I would like to read the translation of a few portions from this song, which is known as Jaanapada. Yeah. So here is the translation of how the universe began. At the outset, nothing was created. There was no water, no mountains, and no trees. There was nothing at all, a void. Then what was created? Brahma was born. There was darkness or chikati. Then Mahatu or wonder was born. Then Madankar, luster, splendor were born. The 5 elements of the body, Pancha Tanmatra, were born. Then the 5 spirits, Pancha Bhutamulu, were created. Later, the globe or the Virat was created. Originally, there was Brahma. Then first came darkness. Second was wonder or Mahata. Third was luster or splendor, Madankar. Fourth was Panchatan Matras, the 5 elements of the senses of man. Then fifth, Panchatan Bhutamulu, the 5 elements were born. They are Akash, Vari, air or wind, Tarmi, fire, Jalrani, water, and Dhatri. These make up all the Virat or the globe of the universe. After all of these, the Khasi Khand, now Khand Patardeep was born, which is the underworld or the sacred continent, from where the creation of the human geography began. Yeah. So this virtually reminds us the kind of creation myths we have in our various Puranas, in the Upanishads. In this Sanapata, Sana means the ancestors, it's the song of the ancestors. Sanalari means the ancestral world. So the Gonds, the Kolams, and other tribals, Adivasis, believe that they are all surrounded by the spirits of their ancestors. So they are living amidst these spirits. In the Sanapata story, there comes a stage before the Gond gods are created. There's a marriage between Shri Shambhu and Girija Parvati. Now, although this Shri Shambhu and Girija Parvati, as told in this story, do not exactly the same as Shiva and Parvati, but you can see many aspects of them. In the common understanding of Gonds and the Kolams and other Adivasis of Adilabad, Shri Shambhu and Girija Parvati, who brought up their first ancestors, the Gond ancestors, are equated with Shiva and Parvati, although in the mythology, the description is a little different. I would like to read a few, 2 or 3 short passages which describe how the wedding of Shri Shambhu or Shri Mahadu with Girija Parvati was celebrated. Here are 2 descriptions of how Shri Shambhu looked and how Shri Girija Parvati looked at the time of their wedding. Hira Devi arrived at the marriage place. She greeted them all and sat down. All gave her blessings. Then Niranjan Guru, the first person in this universe, said, Hirabai, get on with your work. Then Hirabai made, sorry, can I pull this a little here? Yeah. Then Hirabai made Girija sit down in front of her and made the mark of the sun and the moon on her forehead, and the 2 marks, one on each temple on the chin and between the eyebrows, on the lobe of each nose, and she made the tattoo on the back of the hand. Then Girija's head was washed. She was dressed in the elephant-shaped sari and the shining jacket or bodice colored like a new young cock. After washing, she left the clothes in which she bathed, the jacket and the sari, for the hijra as a gift. Then all the gurus blessed Hirabai, and all the gurus said, now is the time of the gods, and the coming future will be the period of Shingar. That is your name, Singar. Unless the tattoo is done, there can be no marriage. Then follows a description of Sri Shambhu. He looked like a god. He had a forehead like a shining stone. He had jamun-colored eyes. His lips were colored like the flame of the forest tree, and his tongue was like panjur flowers. His teeth were like tendu fruits, white. His arms were sinuous and muscular. His wrists were as wide as the ramparts of a fort. His breast was as wide as a cart. His waist was like the waist of a wasp. His thighs were as hard as iron clubs. His feet were like pearl shells from the ocean. His heels were like chicken eggs. Looking like this, the groom sat on the lap of Niranjan Guru. Okay. After that, both Sri Shambhu and Girija Parvati sit on the lap of Niranjan Guru. Then Niranjan Guru said to Mahadev, up to now you have been called Sri Mahadev. From now on you will be called Sri Shambhu Mahadeva. Girija's name will be Girija Parvatal. Then asking from Kamdam Kasturi Yayal, or the cow mother, a bull called Nandi was given to Shambhu Mahadev. Then the Niranjan Guru vacated his seat and put Shambhu Mahadev on that seat. Then he gave them 9 lakhs of Tara, the elements that make up the whole world from sky to the earth. Having given them all this, Niranjan Guru said, my dear son, the whole world is yours. You are the father of the world. Parvati is the mother of the world. Now, quote, Dhaulagiri is yours to rule. Right. So if you look at this wonderful description, the kind of language that is used, I don't see how we can say that the Vanavasis lack in some kind of a sophistication, or they lack in the higher philosophical principles which our Vedas or the Upanishads represent. If you look down, if you can trace down the narratives or the thinking, the philosophy which underlies their lifestyle, their ethics, their ritual systems, the symbolisms that are embedded in their daily life and their festivals and their lifelong rituals at various occasions, we should be able to see that they are part of the same fabric which holds India together. Yeah. The earlier speaker spoke a lot about the Gotra system among the Gonds, among the tribals. Yeah. The Gonds also have a very well laid out, quite complex actually, so to say, in terms of its rules, Gotra system. So among the Gonds, we have, they say, 12 phrateries or 12 main Gotras. And within them, those 12 Gotras, they have different kinds of clans. And to marry within the same Gotra is, of course, prohibited. The rules of marriage between different Gotras are also clearly laid out. And the rules of marriage within these two Gotras, but different clans. You know, some clans in some Gotra can marry some clans in another Gotra. And sometimes it is allowed, sometimes it's not allowed. These rules are very well known to the communities, and they have been trying to follow these quite assiduously till quite recently. So in the kind of adherence and the great importance that they give to their Gotras or their original ancestry, the diligence is so impressive and is so detailed that it matches the kind of importance you can find, for instance, the importance given to the Gotras among the Brahmins or the Vaishyas or many communities which lay particular emphasis on this. In some communities in India, the people are not so particular in talking about their Gotras or, you know, reiterating them on a daily basis. Among the Gonds, we have a very detailed system based on numbers, which fortifies the identity of people belonging to a particular Gotra. For instance, in Adilabad, among the Gonds and the Kolams, we have 4 Gotras or 4 phrateries, which are which can be called as, which they describe as the 4-god Gotra, the 5-god Gotra, the 6-god Gotra, or the 7-god Gotra. They call it Saga. So So in the four god Gotra families, the number 4 gets represented in many ways. The number of bells they have hanging on their door would be just 4. The bamboo stick, which a headman of the 4 god phratry holds, will have 4 kanupus or 4 divisions in it. Similarly, in the floral arrangement or in the which they make in front of their gods, the number 4, the patterns or the muggu or the kolami patterns which they make will have 4 sections in them. So the numbers are virtually become their identities. Yeah. So when 2 gods meet, they first have to decide what is the relationship between them. So if they belong to the same gotra, they would behave towards each other as if they are brothers. And if they are from 2 different gotras or phratries, they would deal with each other as if they were in-laws. So the first point of communication when 2 gonds or columns meet is to ask to which sepa you come from and what are the traditions or rituals you follow. Do you follow them very well or not? Yeah. Okay. While talking about the creation myth and the originary myth of the Gonds, we find that from the point of creation till the Gond gods come into existence, there are a series of deities and a series of gurus also. So this guru tradition exists at the very base, or it actually precedes the coming into existence of the Gonds per se. The mythological story, which describes the coming into form of the Gonds, tells us that they were born to a person called Kali Kankali. And this woman gave birth to 12 crore gods or 12 threshing floor of Gonds, 36 crores of Telugu gods, and 56 crores of Marathi gods. Since the Adilabad area is surrounded by Telugu and Marathi areas, we see that they are trying to place their gods within the ecology of the surrounding communities. And all these gods, the Marathi gods, the Telugu gods, and the Gond gods are taken into the char by for rearing by Sri Mahadu and Parvati when they are traveling all over the world, and they find these children abandoned by their mother. So I'm not getting into the mythological story of how the Gonds became, these Gonds became the ancestors of the present Gonds, but the point at which these gods become the ancestors of the present gods, or they're divided into 12 different phratries, there comes a figure called Pandikupar Lingu. So he divides the Gonds into 12 clans and then sets up all the norms of Gond culture. So Pandikupar Lingu is looked at as the great ancestor who set the tone, the system, the structure, and the culture of Gond community. I'm told that you can find many references to this character called Lingal or Lingu in the mythologies of many Adivasi or Vanavasi communities of central India. So every community needs to define itself and give it a different kind of identity, a different kind of culture, which gives it a unique sense of pride and a uniqueness in dealing with other communities which are surrounding them. So we find that within the tribal communities which might be existing side by side, there is a lot of overlap in terms of mythological structures, in terms of their deities, in terms of the rituals that they follow. But there are also very significant differentiating aspects, which leaves each community independent of each other, though they exist in a relationship of, what shall we say, a synergy. All right. I will now go to talk about a little about how Mahabharata, the Itihasa, has influenced the tribal communities and the great imprint it has on them. The beginnings of, although each tribal community has its own particular mythology. For instance, the Gonds have this mythology about which I described so far, but for some Adivasi or Vanavasi communities, they derive their birth and origins directly from Mahabharata, either from Bhima or from Arjuna or from Nakula or Sahadeva. For instance, in Adilabad, the Kolam community derives its origins directly from Bhima and his son Ghatotkacha. We find that even among the Gond community, although it is not their primary mythology, the Mahabharata has been extremely popular, and the number of people who have names from Mahabharata actually exceeds the number of names we find from their own mythology. Bhima also holds a special place as the one who gave them agriculture. It must be seen that in the Adilabad context, all the tribal communities are also farming communities. It's not as if they're just primitive and hunting communities. They have hunting, of course, but agriculture is the primary mode of how they produced a large part of their food. So the coming of agriculture, and which begins with the coming of the entry of two millets, the little millet and the foxtail millet, the Sama and the Korra millet, that is ascribed to Bhima. Bhima is the one who gave them the first seeds of these two millets and taught them how to do agriculture. So that is one important thing. How and one important thing which connects this mythological structure to other communities is that we find similar stories of how agriculture came to different communities in the Telugu land, in the mainstream society, so to say, that there are various mythologies which are told by their own specific bards to different communities, which describe how they got their professions. And there are many farming communities also, and each farming community has a similar story. And in general, agriculture came into existence or began with the cultivation of millets only, the small and the foxtail millet. So that is one common pattern that you can find in terms of the physical or material culture of various communities in northern Telangana. Yeah. I want to spend a little time on the common festivals and the common cultural habits which exist, which are shared by the Vanavasi or Adivasi communities and the rural people of especially Adilabad area. Just yesterday, on the day of Amavasya, the festival of Polala, or the Etla Polala, or the Bulak Polala festival was observed with great passion and great vigor. It's a very beautiful festival, which is a Thanksgiving festival for the bulls, farm bulls. And on this day, no work is taken from the bulls, and they're decorated, and a huge procession is taken through the village, and the bulls are prayed to, and they're also offered a special kind of a prasad, and the whole family takes their blessings from their farm bulls. The festival is celebrated from Telangana to in a wide area in Maharashtra, in Madhya Pradesh, in some parts of Chhattisgarh also. And this festival is celebrated not just by the Adivasi communities, but all the villages also. You hardly find any difference in terms of the ritual structure or the pattern of doing it. Everyone does it in the same way. Similarly, the great Batukama festival, which is celebrated, which is a festival of women done during the Navaratri days preceding Dasera, is also observed by most of the tribal or Adivasi communities of Adilabad. Agriculture, the work of agriculture begins every year on the day of Ugadi or the New Year in this part of the India, and it is called as Arthongu. That is, the farm bullocks and a plow are carried to the farmland of each farmer very early in the day at about 4 o'clock, and a kind of formal plowing is done for an hour or so. And this festival is celebrated in the same manner by both the Adivasi communities and the Telugu communities of this area. So, although Adivasis have their own different other festivals which are unique to them, but then various other communities also in the villages have their own different festivals. So having different festivals or different cultural observations is a general pattern of our society. And to call Adivasis as tribes, I think is a bad word to use. I think, and similarly to call people as belonging to a particular caste is also kind of a limiting word. I would rather suggest that we should use the word community for all these people. They are different communities with their specific culture, their specific way of productive life, production technology, and they have a particular specific mythology which sanctions their way of life. And they are all related to other communities in different ways, with the different kinds of economic, social, and ritual relationships. Because of the kind of influence colonial rule has had, and the kind of differential lines which they wanted to create between different communities in the country, they also did a similar thing to create a kind of a wedge between the forest dwelling communities and the communities which dwell outside the forest. And they have largely succeeded. Otherwise, we would not have this kind of a seminar. As a result of that, and various other developmental projects which began during the British era and which are being continued till now, which are all meant to offset the kind of exploitation that has been heaped on these communities in terms of alienating them from their land holdings, alienating them from their own cultures, alienating them from their former wealth, actually. The problem arose when, to augment the government's revenues, people were encouraged to move into forest areas, and the government and the business establishments also found it very appealing to exploit the kind of timber wealth and mineral wealth which the forests held. And so it was necessary to check and limit the kind of sway these communities have had in their own specific forest regions. And it is with these efforts that the exploitation of the Adivasi communities began, and also the process of looking them as the other. Otherwise, looking any other community as a respectable other, that they have their own specific culture, that they have their own pride, that they are also a respectable community, and we could have a kind of necessary dealing with them either on the social level or the economic level, but we leave the other community to its own resources. We don't poke into them, we don't encroach upon them, was the kind of norm which held Indian society, which has been the basis of the great decency, the great civility that we have had in our societies. But this complex structure was jettisoned, broken into, the connecting lines were all snipped, either in a very calculated way or in a random way, but quite brutally by the colonial administrative system. And we are still drawing the ill effects of that. As a result of that, to go to the colonial master and present the status of my community as an aggrieved community, and somehow ask for some special benefits, some special facilities, became the norm during the British regime. The pattern of dealing with the ruling establishment or the kingdom to which a particular tribal area or any other area may belong was very different earlier. The kind of supplication which the British administrative system called for was very different, where you had to show that you are an aggrieved party, that you are, earlier it was based on the righteous claims of a community, that they had this craft, that they produced this kind of a system, product to the society, and so their rights have to be respected, and their territories should not be disturbed. It became a very different kind of a system where one tended to ask for a certain special reservation or a special kind of a grant from the government. And because of this, now it has become a fashion for every community to show that itself as a very highly discriminated, exploited community. Though it is largely true that it has happened, but then simultaneously with that, the community also starts looking at its own origins and then starts discovers this kind of a greatness in its origins or in its past. And then they start to begin to emphasize that we are very different from the rest of the society, that we are not part of the Hindu system, or we are not part of the general village system that exists all around. We are a very different kind of a people. So in the way you emphasize the difference, a market change has come. And this works in a very divisive way today. Earlier, it was also you emphasized your uniqueness, but then you emphasized in a way as if you are part of a harmonious whole. So as a result, we find that now there are so many communities which claim their ancestry going back to the Indus Valley culture. They have a script which is somehow related to the Indus Valley culture, Indus Valley script. And that they have Dravidian origins, that they have been exploited by the Aryans. All this is based on a very feeble and very little evidence. But educated members of various Adivasi communities have been somehow, they have got into this mode of claiming a very unique and different identity, which is at loggerheads with the general Indian traditions or the general Hindu system. I think this can be easily fought, and all these claims can be quite well addressed if you start looking into the originary mythologies of each of these communities, their actual practices, which existed, if they have disappeared now, till quite recent times. So I think seminars of this kind can bring this attention of not only other Indians, but in these communities also, the educated people who have got alienated from their community, but then who want to somehow assert their rights, etc. So it is the educated and the politicized communities which need to be addressed. And I think if we get into these mythological and ritual basis of each community, it can be easily done. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Swanaspati.
I'm sorry, because I was running with COVID till the last 7 or 8 days. I could not prepare very well. So you might be finding that.
That was very helpful. That was very educating and analytical presentation from a very deep research of you. Yes, I'm so sorry to know that you have been suffering from ill health. Wish you speedy recovery, Swanaspati. Thank you very much. I am glad to know that you have recovered a lot, and a small amount of ill health is left to be recovered. And now the symposium has almost come to an end, but we are running late. We were supposed to end at 12:45 or 1 o'clock, but we are now at 1:30. Among the speakers, it is myself who is left to be left to give the talk. So because I am on the organizing side, maybe I will not take much time. I would share some of my views on the topic chosen by me, called interface between the forest dwelling and other Hindu communities. Actually, this topic is in the very titling. I wanted to show that forest dwelling communities are also Hindu communities, and the other communities are also Hindu communities. That is why I wanted to title it as forest dwelling and other Hindu communities. Let me just share a few pieces of information that might be very familiar with you. Just I'm trying to remind you, just echo your own observations from your own life in India. When you go to any city, there are some people with a very typical tribal, forest dwelling, or whatever you call kind of attire, costume, colorful, highly colorful costume. They come into the streets. Some of them travel on the motorbikes. Some of them walk in the streets. And why do they come into the city? Why do they come to different villages? If you go to them, they show you the photographs of very famous ministers with which they have taken a shot together, a photograph together. And they say, I have helped this famous person, celebrity, with the forest products. With honey, I brought them honey, I brought them various forest products, and I helped them with medical aid and all that. And on the footpath, you see some forest dwelling community members sitting and selling forest dwelling medicines, tribal medicines. Herbs they spread across just in front of them. There are many patients also. There are many clients also who go to these people and take medical help from them. And apart from that, I have my own sweet nostalgic memories of my childhood when a tribal person used to come with a stringed instrument in his hand and used to play the music, and he used to be a fortune teller, a soothsayer. Nowadays, I see television advertisements on the television channels saying that I'm a tribal astrologer. Please do come. I'll do the fortune telling for you, soothsaying for you, and I can also ward off evil effects on you and all that. That is the transformation from my childhood days when the stringed instrument holding person used to come in front of houses begging. We call it begging, unfortunately. I'm so sorry to note that. But they were performing their culture. And when you go to this soothsayer or fortune teller, he has several different methods of fortune telling. One of them is he holds a palm leaf bundle with him, and he asks you to put a stylus, a metal stylus, randomly at random into the palm leaf bundle. Wherever the stylus goes, it actually divides the palm leaves into two bundles, and the two palm leaves where the stylus has gone are taken out. The tribal person shows that to you, and on that there is a drawing made. There are pictures made. Usually we expect palm leaves to have letters written, but these palm leaves usually have tribal style artwork, drawing, and he shows and tells you, this is Hanuman. You got Hanuman. And he doesn't use the word Hanuman there. He uses the local word, whether it is Tamil, Malayalam, or Telugu, or Kannada. In Telugu areas, they use words like Tokademu, the tailed god. And because you got the tailed god, you got Hanuman here, this is your future. Hanuman indicates these features, so this is going to be your future. Or on another palm leaf, you get Lakshmi. On another palm leaf, you get Venkateshwara. So usually if it is Venkateshwara, the prediction is that you're going to have two love affairs or two wives. Or many such Hindu god figures are kept on these palm leaves, and they are actually recited. The names of the deities, names of the Hindu devatas and devis are recited, and he goes on to give you the whole details of what are the features of that deity, and then predicts your future. My point is that the Hindu client, the civilized client, the urban client, or the rural client who is receiving this information from the forest dwelling community person, he is not objecting at all. He has no contradiction at all. He is very well able to communicate with this person because he is sharing exactly the same information. He knows the tailed god, he knows Venkateshwara, he knows Lakshmi. And the way he communicates with this person with regard to various, for example, when he says that you did not perform Shraddha for your ancestors for so many years, that is why you are suffering. Or when he says that during the birth rituals of a certain child in your house, you have not done this, that is why it is happening like this. Or during the birth rituals of a child, you did not hide the navel strings properly at a certain place, that is why it is happening, and all that. The forest dwelling person knows your rituals, and you know that he knows your rituals. And he knows exactly, he has exactly the same belief system. is able to communicate with you using those words. One of my friends, who is a linguist like me, was working on the forest dwelling people's language. Then he got a very interesting idea that because of the Dravidian linguistics program started by Bishop Caldwell, when in 1858 he published the book Grammar of South Indian Languages. He, in that book, in the title of the book, beside the word South Indian, he kept the Dravidian. That is how the whole word Dravidian came into existence. From then onwards, the whole Dravidian research started. What is happening in this kind of program of Dravidian linguistics or Indo-European linguistics, etc., is that the collection of data, collection of vocabulary from the communities is getting focused on the non-Sanskritic vocabulary of these languages. For example, even if they work on a major language spoken by around 12 crore people like Telugu or Tamil or Kannada or a very large population spoken language like Malayalam, they avoid Sanskritic words because that doesn't suit their Dravidian language program, Dravidian language family analysis. So what happens is the researcher, when he collects the material from a community like Kui people in the Araku Valley, in the Visakhapatnam area, Vizag area, or Kuvi, or Ponda, or Naiki, or Kolami, or Parji, or Gondi, the researcher always collects the native words, Desi words, non-Sanskrit words. But are there Sanskrit words in that language? There are. Deliberately, he avoids them because it is not useful for his Dravidian family analysis. So this friend of mine thought, but this has left a very important scope for him to collect Sanskritic vocabulary, Sanskrit words among the South Indian tribal languages. He worked on that area. So when you collect them, what are you getting? You're getting the common shared Hindu vocabulary of Hindu culture, which is using Sanskrit words. At a certain time, the soothsaying, the fortune telling that I was mentioning, I wanted to, I did not seriously want to learn, but to be able to study the language from a linguistics point of view, I wanted to collect a certain corpus of data. I went to Koya soothsayer, fortune teller, and told him that I want to learn his method of articulating the astrology, articulating the fortune telling. Then he said, you must learn the pattern that I use while fortune telling. The first words he started were Jimmanandam, Pyanandam, Saukyanandam, Kurve. What are these words in the pattern, the fortune telling pattern? All are Sanskrit words. And they are having the word Anandam in Jihvanandam, Jimmanandam, he is calling. That is the food comfort. Pyananandam, which is health, pleasure. And Saukyanandam, household facilities that you have. Let all these things, may all these things be with you, is the blessing with which he starts. But the words he is using are all Jihva, Anandam, Saukhya, Anandam, Prana, Anandam. And then he is going into his the remaining part of the pattern. What does the remaining part of the pattern have? He prays to all the Devatas. The Devatas that he mentioned are all the common Devatas of the Hindu pantheon. Whichever tribal comes to do this in fortune telling sessions, he mentions the Devatas of the local area. For example, if he is a Tamil one, he mentions the local devatas of the Tamil speaking area or Malayalam speaking area or Kannada speaking area. Exactly the same way. And there are women fortune telling forest dwelling people also. If you go to any famous performing narrative or narrative performance, say for example of Lord Venkateshwara, the Venkateshwara Swami Sthala, in that you get an instance where there is the role of a woman fortune telling person. Usually the Telugu word used is Erikalasani. This Erikalasani, what she does in the form of fortune telling is called Sode. They use the word Sode. Sode Cheptundi. She is telling the Sode, that is the fortune telling part. And he, she, in her pattern of fortune telling session, she again starts with the names of the goddesses. Kanchi Kamakshi Baluku, Madhura Meenakshi Baluku, Kashi Vishalakshi Baluku. She starts with this pattern. What she is saying is, from my tone, from my throat, oh goddess, you speak. I'm not going to speak. You have to speak through my voice. And the goddesses she is mentioning are not, our imagination about this forest dwelling community is that they are just limited to their hamlet. They do not know anything beyond their local area. But she is going up to Kashi. She is mentioning Kashi Vishalakshi Baluku, Madhura Meenakshi Baluku, Bejavada Kanakadurga Baluku. She goes on mentioning the famous Shakti Devatas names all across from India. The entire Indic subcontinent mentions their names in her pattern of beginning her fortune telling session and says that they are speaking through her. And just similar to the male fortune teller, she also mentions all the sanskaras, all the birth rituals, all the death rituals. She talks about exactly the same way what could have happened after the death, whatever imagination usual Hindu has about the life after death of the person. She also talks about it. She says, while talking about a deceased person in the family, a person who passed away in the family, she says he might have taken this birth now. He has taken this birth in certain family. He is in Swarga. He is in Naraka. He is taking this route in the other worlds. Everything exactly as per the Hindu system. And she believes in it and she goes into that and she gets the spirit possession of that person and speaks. Whether that person is actually occupying her or not is a different story. But the way she is speaking, the voice of that person, voice of the passed away person, voice of the spirit, she is exactly speaking from the Hindu belief system of life after death. And the client is getting very well connected to this soothsayer only because they too have the same shared belief system. She's talking exactly from the same point of view. She's talking about the different details of marriage rituals or puberty rituals or birth time rituals of burying the navel strings, everything exactly the same. That is the reason why the forest dwelling community, women fortune tellers, or forest dwelling community, or tribal male fortune tellers, male medical practitioners, they are able to gel so closely with the city dwelling, village dwelling, and other Hindu community people, because they exactly share the same kind of culture. It so happened that in the Andhra-Orissa borders, some of these communities have actually got a later recognition as Brahmins. And they continued with that recognition of Brahmins till a very late time, when the entire reservation situation came up, and the community started realizing that their older tribal identity would give them a scheduled tribe reservation facility from the government. Then they started declaiming their Brahmin identity, and they started going back to their tribal identity. It happened just because the identity of these fortune tellers or the soothsayers in a city environment, in a Hindu city environment, in a Hindu village environment, is very similar to that of a Brahmin astrology practitioner, Brahmin Ayurvedic practitioner. So it is very easy for a forest dwelling person to get that kind of an identity among the Hindu city dwellers or Hindu village dweller in India. And another very interesting interaction between the forest dwelling and other Hindu communities is with regard to the shrines. It was already mentioned from the morning. We repeatedly mentioned about the Chenchu tribe of Sri Shailam and Ahobilam areas. In both these shrines, you have a very intense interaction of the Chenchu tribe with the deity. In Ahobilam, you have the Devata as a Narasimha, which is a Vaishnava from a very Shastric vocabulary, if you want to use. They are Vaishnavites. At Sri Shailam, actually there is a combination of Panditarajya Veerashaiva tradition and also the Sri Vidya tradition. In the Brahmaramba temple, you have a Sri Vidya practicing priest, and at the Shiva temple, the main Shivalinga shrine, you have the Veerashaiva Panditarajya priest. And you have an intense Veerashaiva culture. For the entire Veerashaiva community all over the country, Sri Shailam is a very important shrine, central shrine. They want to visit Sri Shailam at one point or the other. But the place itself is the place of the Chenchu tribes. And the narrative of that place, the Sthala Purana of that place, is full of the Chenchu narratives on. In those Sthala Purana narratives, you see the main deity of the place, Mallikarjuna, being mentioned as the son-in-law of the community, marrying their woman, their daughter, and the female consort of that place is considered to be their daughter. And this is the kind of relationship that they have in their worldview, in their thought process, that the God there is their son-in-law. He entered there. He entered that place. And in the narratives, in the narrative songs, you usually have a mention of tests conducted by the community, the Chenchu tribe, for Mallikarjuna here and for Narasimha at Ahobilam. In both these, the song contains the tests of whatever forest dwelling culture you have, forest dwelling habits or forest dwelling skills that people have. And those tests are conducted. Chettu lekka galava, putta lekka galava, tene patta galava, all these culture of climbing the trees, collecting fruits, collecting seeds, collecting honey, all these are tested with the deity. And then only the deity is accepted into the community. So when the pilgrims of non-forest dwelling side go there, they also accept that story that the god there who belongs to the non-forest dwelling community has gone there and has become their son-in-law of the forest dwelling place. And the female consort of this deity actually is the daughter of that community. She comes from there. Same thing with Ahobilam. In Ahobilam, the goddess, the female consort, is called Chenchu Lakshmi. She is not the general Lakshmi. She is the Chenchu Lakshmi at Ahobilam. And the whole narrative of Chenchu Lakshmi becoming the wife of Ahobila Narasimha, and Narasimha actually after killing Hiranyakashipu, roaming inside the forest and then getting attracted to Chenchu Lakshmi. The whole narrative is so popular among the Telugu speaking people, and there is Chenchu Bhagavatam and that narrative, and this has become the epic folk performing narrative story, Chenchu Lakshmi story or Chenchu Narasimha story. For example, the Tanner community, which is considered to be one of the government in government vocabulary, SC community, scheduled caste community, has actually 6 performing art communities being patronized by it. One of them is Chindu community, and this Chindu community, when it performs Chindu Bhagavatam performance, the main narrative, one of the main narratives is Chenchu Lakshmi story. This is part of Telangana narratives, but Chenchu Lakshmi is part of Ahobilam. So it shows that this whole Chenchu Lakshmi narrative is part of the entire Telugu speaking area, though comes from one of the Rayalaseema areas, the southern parts of Ahobilam, and all people accept their own Narasimha to be the son-in-law of the Chenchu community, and the Chenchu community celebrates the Narasimha becoming their son-in-law, and the relationship between Hindu and non-Hindu, forest dwelling and non-forest dwelling Hindu community is established into this epic narrative song. And what are the cultural features of the non-forest dwelling Hindu community and the forest dwelling Hindu community are very well articulated inside this folk performing narrative songs of these people. We can go on and on like this with a very rich amount of cultural practices that got embedded into Hindu life in the form of forest dwelling and non-forest dwelling communities. Actually, I could go into the archaeological evidences and show that this was there right in during the megalithic times also. One of my friends in the archaeology department, Ramchandra Murthy Garu, he dug, he did his archaeological burial excavation research in the megalithic sites near Hyderabad, and showed that this culture of the forest dwelling and the non-forest dwelling communities living together was there at the time of megalithic times itself, from his megalithic archaeological research of burials. Hyderabad is very well known for those menhirs and megalithic time burials, which in the local language are called monstrous burials, Rakasi Bondali. He did research in that and showed that this kind of forest dwelling and non-forest dwelling community interaction, very close interaction among these was there during the megalithic times itself. And you have similar such narratives of, for example, right from Ramayana time, Mahabharata, all these things. So when you see that kind of interaction between forest dwelling and non-forest dwelling communities in Itihasas and Puranas like Ramayana, Mahabharata, they are just reflecting the reality that we have today. Let us not come from Itihasa and Purana and then come to the present reality. Let us see that that reality is existing today. The the common shared Hindu culture of the forest dwelling and non-forest dwelling Hindus is bringing all these kind of interface situations between the forest dwelling and non-forest dwelling Hindus. But does it mean that the forest dwelling community completely got Vedicized in its culture and the Vedic people got completely tribalized? No, they are maintaining their individual identities, but the shared culture is leading to a very harmonized interface between these communities. And we can go on showing more such interface situations uh, between the Hindu and the forest dwelling and non-forest dwelling Hindu communities. But because we already have approached 1:59, it is 1 minute to 2 o'clock. I think we should end our discussion at some point. There are some questions. Good afternoon, Dr. Samanaspati Reddy garu. Currently, is there any published material in any language which describes the dances and explain the worship rituals of one community of Adilabad, such as Jaanapada and the extended regions which a general reader could obtain? Is there a publication?
Well, we have the work of Heimendorf, but the books are not available. They're available in PDF form at archive.org and things like that. Yeah. And the Department of Tribal Culture, Telangana has published 1 or 2 books. But yes, the mythologies have not been fully published. Good editions of various mythologies are yet to come. Good works on various cultural and art forms and ritual forms, analytical ones, are still to come. But yes, to go and read the works of Heimendorf and the works of Michael York, which in English, if you want the works of Michael York, yeah, there are only some PDF files are available with me. I can share them with anyone.
Okay, Mahesh,
If you want them in Telugu, yes, there you should go to the Department of Tribal Affairs. Yes.
Yeah, so we have, there are many appreciative statements. Materials related to tribal Hindus, looking also for some study materials. There was a very good suggestion to ask the speakers from the next symposium onwards to share their references so that we can upload those references to our website. From the next symposium onwards, we will ask the speakers to share their references so that we can upload them. When we upload the videos, we can also upload the references along with them or on our website, so that the audience can go back and visit those details, those documents, and get more knowledge. In Bhopal, we are enriched with Manav Sangrahalaya. Is one thing. Ethnography, a typical ethnographic survey is a day or week in a life of a shopper person. Okay, so Mahesh today is probably explaining to us what ethnography is. Thank you very much, all of you. Namaste. Please keep attending our symposiums. Thank you, Srinivas Garu. Thank you, Koti Garu, our official staff who have been helping us. Thanks, Harikiran Vadlamani Garu. Thanks, all the speakers of the day. We had Shivram Krishna Garu, Pirmi Garu, Ram Shankar Garu, Satyanarayana Garu, and Sumanaspati Reddy Garu. Thank you, all of you. Thanks, all the audience without whom this such symposiums will not be successful. Particularly thanks to Sri Harikiran Vadlamani Garu, who comes up with wonderful creative ideas and topics. Even this topic actually came from Sri Harikiran Vadlamani Garu only. And it is he who insisted on the title Vanavasi traditions, Hindu Vanavasi traditions for this conference. And it was very successful because of that focus that he gave to us. Thank you very much. Thanks all the INDICA Academy organizers who have been working behind this symposium. Namaste.